Master hasn't come in at all, man. Shame. Costs 2 bars, but you can't get 2 bars without perma upgrade, or the trying to upgrade the thing. People haven't been throwing shit at me hardly at all, man. Can't unlock any of those because I'm too old. Like, should I focus on these? I like how these like random super quick, hard to reach checks do your entire health bar. And fucking damage, dude, in one combo. Definitely not overtuned a bit, man. I don't even think the big guy does that kind of damage. What the fuck? Dude, I'm trying to dodge it, man. But it's so slow. Love it, dude. Love the combo, man. Yeah, just restart the level, bro. For one encounter as usual. Hopefully we can skip them at some point. We'll see. I doubt it. The elevator makes it seem like we're gonna have to always do this part. Is this Laos? The dang stock exhibit, yeah. And there's foreground elements too. Get out of my way, man. In a game where you want to be able to see every little strike coming out. Better make sure the fucking screen's going
like an iceberg.
wacky as possible.
It floats with 1/7 of its bulk above water.
Our consciousness is merely the tip of the iceberg.
We must dive beneath the waters to explore the subconscious, to face the past.
What is this bullshit they're saying in the background, man? Not gonna be much of a shortcut in this level, man. There's this huge fucking sequence here. Yeah, and I'd like to be able to see what the fuck's going on if we're gonna be having, yeah, crazy shit visually. Or, I mean, if we're gonna be having this kind of combat system, being unable to see half of what's going on, not probably the best call. These random chicks are the most dangerous enemies in the fucking game right now. Just keeps going, man. Epic, dude. They're digging the 2v1, man. Level is like fucking years long, dude. This is trying way too hard to be stylish, man. Like it's clearly trying to go for this really cool stylish thing and it just feels so lame. It does not work with the combat. And there's like zero fucking stories, And visually it's not been that consistently like stylish in the first place, so this just feels really out there. Flashing lights every time I punch somebody, man. Yeah, we got the elevator key, which is nice, but I don't think that's gonna skip those chicks. Yeah, they do a lot of damage for being very hard to avoid. I guess the balance is they have low health. And to dodge their kicks, you have to do very specific dodges, like up and down, which are supposed to be. Some of those are supposed to be indicated by like colors and shit. But I mean, you don't have any colors actually. What? Yeah, it was always 8K. It's max age to unlock, so should just get it now so I can upgrade it later, I guess. So, like, okay. You go so long without getting like new moves. Like, you really have to go out of your way to try to weave them into your fucking repertoire.
I do not want to fight you. That feeling of vengeance.
Let's not then.
It will not cease here. I speak from experience. Now leave. Or be forced to.
The voice acting, man. It's like it's trying to be like Fury sometimes, but the voice acting just kills. The memorizer combos, man. She's just fucking spinning everywhere, but some of these you have to have very specific. She's starting the spin mid, and then she changes it to a low. And it's like all the attacks look the fucking same. But you just have to know. I'd much prefer just like a fucking general dodge thing.
Have you defeated death itself?
Shut the fuck up. I mean, if I just had to memorize it and we could get back to this quickly, that'd be one thing, but I don't want to spend hours memorizing what her little fucking sickles differences are and like ups and lows. Okay. Damages.
My patience wears thin.
Fucking damages. God, her attacks are so fucking wonky looking, dude. They just look so fucking silly. It's hard to fucking figure out how I'm supposed to dodge them.
I will put an end to your quest for vengeance.
Like, so much of it's just like flourishing and shit, and only some of it's actually attacks. Of course, man. And you can't even, I don't think you can guard any of this. Because it's bladed or whatever the fuck, dude. It just looks so fucking silly, dude. Ugh. This game, man. It's really fun.
This time my blades will not fail.
What am I even looking at half the time? This is not an entertaining boss to learn moves on. The other guy, like, at least, like, he kind of had, like, somewhat, like, seeable patterns of, like, ups and lows and shit. Aren't we already in her, like, little fucking reality sphere here? I really need a round two. That's really fucking cool.
I know 100 ways to kill you. You should have run when she gave you the chance.
He has 0 style. It tries so hard to have style. It is such like such a forced style. This phase looks honestly easier. Or more fun at least.
You'll die now. That's enough.
We're just gonna keep doing the same shit over and over. Like seriously? She's just gonna keep jumping in the air and throwing them and there's no fun like way to gap close in this game. No answer to that. Maybe you can grab her knife? That'd be cool. That'd be an actual use for that fucking shit. Oh my god. What a follow up to Train Odyssey 3.
Eyes on the target in the atrium. Everyone get into position.
I take a food break here after the next attempt. As long as we need to take a break on in general.
It was foolish of you to come here. Put that down.
I'd rather just go play a hard game about revenge and boss rushing like Fury. Right? I don't know, there's just like every time I play any of this I just feel like I'd rather be playing almost any other action game. Not any other one, but like it does cool things when it's really going, it's fun, but it's like it's really just some tweaks to the system would be much more fun. You don't get any like fun feeling of progress. Everything's just getting good at the bosses and doing run backs over and over. Like there's really, it's nothing like fancy, man. It's not like, the aging thing is unique on the surface, but it all just amounts to run backs to bosses and doing better. Like that's pretty much it. Except you might go run back to older bosses to do better at them, so you can do more run backs on the bosses you want. It's just like, I don't know, it's just like it's cool. It's got good things. I don't hate the game. It's just like I can see why some people are wishy-washy on it. There's just a oh, that actually like a godly checkpoint. What the? Okay. That's alright. At least I can just come back and try right after I say that. We can just immediately come back and try a boss. Which is cool. I mean, it's like it's still there in the earlier levels, but like it's like I don't want to go through like 10 hours. It's cool being able to progress, get to that point, and then not have to do that again unless you want to get like score like optional upgrades and shit, right? Like, because you barely upgrade your character already, and the actual normal fights are like it's neat, but like they all run together a lot of the time. This is where the learning is. Like hitting little checkpoints. Have different difficulties with like more fuck you shit, but I don't want to redo the same section of the game forever without the combat being like way better than it is, or we're unlocking more moves to make it different, or like route choices in the levels. It just feels so damn simple. Maybe they knew this chick was a pain in the ass. Her second phase seems far less annoying. The thing is, if you do this, then you don't get any of the shrines. But why would you want to redo most of the level to get shrines and then fight this boss? That'd be just so much extra shit. Because the levels are like really long. Like I'd rather just not. I'd rather just get good at the boss, and these marginal shrine upgrades, I'd rather just not even bother with them. Like just make them permanent. Well, the idea is you're supposed to take more of a risk to get more upgrades, but the upgrades aren't even like all that fucking great to be worth the risk, man. Like, can you even block these, man? This phase is like so massively harder than the fucking second phase.
This time my blades will not fail.
Yeah, you still take full damage blocking. The counter to that? Nothing. Like, you just, she still has the same amount of health, same amount of poison as any old boss. She has more range and harder to predict attacks on top of that. It's just like way harder than anything before it. To the point of just feeling kind of cheesy. The second phase seems doable because I mean she's using more fists and her mix-up is her ranged. Well, she's not using fists, but it's like daggers, hand to hand. Like she's like right in front of me swinging this super long range weapon, so it just looks like fucking really wonky. And we're never facing her from the back, almost. It's always at this weird angle, so it's sometimes hard to tell like where the fuck she's even coming from. I mean, at least we go into this place with like 0 almost on the death bar. Which is good. Which means that this fight, how many times I die, how punishing actually is dictated by the last boss.
I know 100 ways to kill you. You should have run when she gave you the This is your end!
I'm twisted. Like this phase is a lot more fun. Because fisticuffs just fits the game better, right? Some kind of gigantic swingy weapon is just like, it's so like, this does not work with how the combat is. Yeah, I wonder if you could grab shit in the air. It doesn't matter because I don't have the fucking thing to grab shit. Never mind, this phase is fucking annoying because she's playing keep away the whole time. It's unfun. The first one's way more annoying. But Jesus, she's just jumping into an invisible fucking wall the whole time. You still take damage from that shit too. When are the openings, dude? When? Curious. I get like one punch and then she goes flying up in the air. Can't dodge through them. You have to dodge on top of them. And this is really exciting. I really like just running after a boss while they throw knives at me for fucking hours, dude. It's really fun, dude. She's doing like in place too.
This is your end.
Okay, my punch just whiffed. I don't really like the
Not as good as you think.
compounding difficulty, or the compounding punishment thing too. Because it just bottlenecks you to like just bosses. Or just certain bosses. Which is like the entire life system is only going to be about perfecting this boss, right? Instead of like having it be evened out and like you have to be good at everything. Like it's just this boss. It's very easy to die on it. No, I don't really drop games, man. I might take a break for an hour or two. Because I'm getting pretty bored by it. Like, I'm fine with the idea of a combat system with more nuance where you have to do small things to dodge, but when you have these like wonky enemies doing like cartoony ass swings everywhere that are like really hard to read, it's like, then you kind of like know why they probably don't make that kind of stuff. When Bayonetta is a little bit more like crazy big things happening because it's just not as entertaining to read. I mean, they do it in God Hand and it works, but God Hand is a bit more answers to everything with the weaving being a little bit more general use. I would stop for the day. Just get some food. I'd like to get a good fight. See, I bet you can pick up her knives though. Would not be surprised, but it doesn't matter because I can't buy it. I have 3 moves. Like, does that not seem weird? After 5.5 hours, I have 3 moves. Like, it's not like roguelite short where you're gonna pick a bunch of shit and they're all like a big difference and, you know, play it differently that way. You're just redoing the same shit over and over with very minimal differences other than your particular ability to memorize a boss. I really hate that you have to just like fucking like jimmy this chick the whole time, man. I'd rather it be more over the shoulder. There's a reason God Hand was like over the shoulder, so that you could see where the attacks are coming at you more directly and then weave correctly. When you're getting these like kino angles and shit, it's a lot harder to read. Especially in a fight where I have to only weave. I don't know if it's just timing. Like she's just doing things, dude. And you can't block them, you have to dodge them. It's just like the most unfun fight. It's just so unsatisfying. The second phase is totally fine. There's like strategies you can do and answers to things. Readable. Yeah, I need to just start thinking about the patterns. And this kind of weapon's so just ambiguous, man. It's just a swingy chain weapon, right? Like, who knows where she's like... I have to like notice like how she's starting the swing or something. If there was a general answer to it, like a block, or you know, she took a little bit more time to do certain things, but she just does like 3 mid attacks there and then just an instant low.
To annoy me. I wouldn't recommend it.
These like fucking cheesy like fucking like side flips into invisible walls right in front of you. It looks so bad. Like, I'm sure we'll figure it out at some point. I'm not saying it's like undoable, it's just like unfun. It's like you gotta dodge up, then down, then up. But like some of them, it's mid. So what, do you just dodge left or right? Can I always dodge down? I've got no fucking earthly idea. She's got like fade away. Fade away attacks and shit. It'd be fine if it didn't cut through your guard, right? Like it'd just be like any other thing you have to learn. Because that already has a balance innately in it, right? And that you can only guard for so long before you're going to have your posture break. So the harder the attacks, the less you're going to be able to guard. But this one also just hurts you through your guard. And there's no like difference in how she is. She doesn't have less health, she doesn't have less anything. It's just, you just get fucked a little harder. It's just funny because the second phase is more of a joke compared to this. I mean, not a joke, but a real
100 ways to kill you. You should have run when she gave you the try and keep up.
I don't know. In this phase, I bet you can grab her knives in midair, but you have to have a skill for that. Like, sometimes she's gonna do that, sometimes she's not, but you have to approach her, otherwise she's just gonna keep fucking with you. Like, when she jumps in the air, you know she's gonna do some shit. But when she just throws the casual one, like, there's no way to know that. If it wasn't for the first phase, maybe I'd enjoy this phase.
Step by step, you inch closer.
It's fast, but it's far more readable. I mean, the spamminess is really fucking silly looking. Like, I don't know how you, like, pass that. She's just jumping in an invisible wall in place. She has no cooldown either. She's instantly attacking again. But this phase I feel like has low posture. Maybe even low health to make up for how, like, jumpy it is. There's like a read there, you know, like a little light that pops on and a big punish. Like, the only reason we are game over on this phase is because we're already up to like 5 or 6 compounded age, man.
Not as good as you think.
And it doesn't matter how good we do on the next level, this has like 40 of our lives. So I feel like the probably biggest hurdle in this entire game is going to be how well I can do the first phase of this fight. Which is not that interesting, right? Like, that's what it all comes down to. Because this 7 will turn into 6, and then anytime I die after that, pretty much game over. Like, you don't even get the option in the next fight, the next level, to just do really good with 8 lives, right? Without having to, like, you have to game really hard to get all 7 back. I don't know, it's just like annoying. I was like, hey, just a few little changes here and there. Make it tight. And then if you prefer the more, I guess, annoying style, you could just throw some options in difficulty. I think if it felt like I was actually progressing, both in skill and in everything else, would be better. Drinking her tea, yeah. I mean, really though, if the base combat was like that much more fun, I probably wouldn't even mind restarting every little thing, right? I mean, I'll use Bayonetta as an example again. I play Bayonetta like on every difficulty like fucking 5 times in a row. And the super bosses, which is way harder than any individual fight in this by like a fucking long shot. But it's like fun to do. We're just redoing this for like 5 hours. It's just fucking annoying as shit. Because it's just like, it's fun, but it's not like that crazy. It looks really cool. It's probably interesting to watch because of the kung fu shit, but... And I like what they're trying to do to improve on, like, you know, more nuanced melee combat, right? Like the little weaves and stuff like that, but like, no individual elements, anything like super fancy. And then the fights are just so annoyingly designed, especially that fight. Like the normal guys, it's fine. You can move them around the room. You could use the environment. You can grab weapons. You can target certain guys over other guys. You have moves you can upgrade to, you know, AoE down guys, stun guys. There's a strategy. There's a way to use the level. In these big fights, it's just like, how wacky are their animations gonna be? Like, oh, she's got like bladed weapon that is like insanely hard to read, really bad pattern recognition. And like that's the fucking fight. It's just like so less satisfying. I'd rather like get to different checkpoints in the level, be able to skip them, go through them again if I want to get more score to buy more upgrades. But the upgrade seems so weak. That's just not even worth it. But it's like, I don't know. I don't like the fights much. The Iron Man style stuff. Yeah, but it's not Iron Man. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, I mean, I like the idea of going back 2 levels and doing better to cut your overall age down. I think that's neat. That's unique, right? Because it's not just Iron Man. It's like compartment. It's like chunked Iron Man, I guess. Like you can, you know, it's more like you just have a separate an amount of lives, and you can improve each levels and come out with more in the long run. It has some permanence. I don't know. I mean, it feels like full Iron Man and like a game that's probably got like a 5-hour campaign, then that would be horrible. I almost wish it was shorter and it was full Iron Man with like big... then it'd just be a generic roguelike. That's just a roguelike then. You just lose and then you go through and pick certain abilities you like maybe you'd go and this ability would be there, it's a really strong kick move or something. Or, you know, you can buy health here if you want, you know, then it's like it's trying to do a little bit of the roguelike, like it's trying to adopt some of those systems, but like... it doesn't go all the way, it's trying to do like a little bit of everything, I don't know. Well, the thing is, your abilities, I mean, yeah, they're probably useful, but... I don't know, I look at these abilities and like, yeah, they're neat, but like... And of course, having more options means it helps, but think about the boss fights. What the fuck would any of those abilities do for me? Maybe I could grab her knife, that would be something, right? That's a big, interesting one. But like, okay, I have a snap kick instead of a snap punch. Or I would have a bladed weapon combo on her, but I don't get any weapons in boss fights hardly. And it's just like so many of them are just like nothing. Like it would be nice to have them. They make it more fun, but I don't think they make it like that much easier. I'm sure there's some OP shit, right? Like that guy was saying. But just like in general, like why make it so that the most damning thing that you can't get more of is the stuff that would just be style and just fun shit, right? Like these feel like, I mean, most of these, it's like, yeah, some of these are probably cool, some of them are probably useful. Like Weapon Cat. Some of these are just like, just different like options, like hold that after a parry. You have 2 moves already after a parry by default, and you could throw people on the ground, so it's like, what does that do on a boss, right? Like it doesn't do anything really. I don't know. Most of these aren't even usable on a boss, like this one's like it's not usable on a boss, and it's like that's where all of the difficulty is. So it's like at the end of the day it still comes down to you just have to play evasively against bosses. And it's annoying on some of them because of animations and just the non-stop nature of a lot of them and weird shit. Just like some of them have been fun. It was okay. I think it was okay learning the fire guy. You could learn to read his stuff. He had a reasonable amount of time in between shit, and like he'd always like to like attack above him, you know, more often than anything. He wouldn't do that many sweeps. You could tell when he was going to do his vertical ones by the way he started his combo. But like some spinny chain thing, it's just like... like, I mean, what is this going to do on a boss? What does any of this do like on a boss, right? Oh, these ones require 2 bars. I can't even get 2 bars without upgrading from 2 different shrines using the bar thing. It's like maybe they're really good. But bro, it's really easy if you just use the one move that insta kills this and that, and this focus bar that, you know, insta shits everybody. And it's like I want it to be fun, right? Like I don't just want to like blow everybody up with some cheesy like focus bar or something. Like I would say the focus bar thing I got, if you go back and finish the early levels at an earlier age, will you be lower age now? Yeah, that's kind of how it works. Well, like if you start this one at 20, I start this one at 28, because that's what the earliest I've gotten there, 28. I don't know what this last key is in the club. I mean, you gotta go straight to the boss with the museum. Is there a way to go straight to the boss in the squad? Thing is, though, if you redo this level at a lower age, you have to redo this level too. And then you have to redo this level too. Which, yeah, I mean, that means it's the perfect run kind of thing, which is cute. But, you can't just like go do better on this level and then you're okay with how you did on this level. You have to do them in order. You lose every single thing you've gotten except the combat moves if you go back. I think it'd be cooler if like I could just pick which level to go back to and just do better at for fun, right? But the thing is, because it carries the skulls in between them, it can't do that, because that means there's stuff between the levels, and same with the shrines, right? Like I say, just make the shrines permanent. Don't have arbitrary fucking shit like age requirements for abilities and moves and shrines. And then just let me go back 2 levels to give myself more chances later. That'd be perfect. What's up, dude? It's like, I don't know, it's like I know I'm taking a dump on it, but it's like I like parts of it. Yeah, that's what I just said though. Oh, the age requirements. Oh, you mean in the skills? Yeah, I mean that's the idea, but like, isn't there already enough reason just having a like life in general? Like, oh boy, that's really fun. I can't get new fun abilities because I need to go like perfect like the first level. I need to already perfect the first level to like beat the game. But like, why not just let me have fun too? I mean, the amount of content in this is probably, yeah, like a 2-hour game spread out over a really long time. I mean, I'm not gonna say the game's good for spreading its content. That's like bad. Isn't that what we like shit on the game for? Is making you like do the same like 2 hours of content forever or something. I should want to do it because it's fun, or because there's optional stuff or difficulties or something like that. It's not that I don't understand how the game works. It's that I don't think it should be exactly like that. It's like, yeah, that's where you spend most of your time, is the repetition, but is that right? You know, is that the call? Just because they make something some way doesn't mean that's the way it should be. Well, that's my thing is like, yeah, I mean, I'm fine with self-imposed challenges. This feels like a game of self-imposed challenges that are actually just part of its thing. Like its core gameplay. Like not being able to pick certain weapons and or certain get any I can't get any of these abilities right now. Like what if I just want to get one of these abilities because it's cool, right? Oh, you can only get that in the first level because you're gonna end up losing too much to get it later. Like it's just why? It's more fun to be able to have more abilities to mess with, pick and choose. Like everybody's gonna have the same build because you want to get if you want to get everything in the game, everybody's gonna have the same fucking build because you need to go for early things earlier. Unless you just never lose, but then who cares? You don't even need the fucking abilities. It's just unsatisfying. Like, I still think it's got really cool ideas. I like the age thing. I like the idea of redoing stages, picking different routes, getting better. I think the bosses aren't very fun, which sucks because that's where all of the losses are. I like the idea of unlocking the shortcuts. And I'd be fine with some kind of, like, permanence. But what they decide to be permanent and how annoying it is to become permanent is, like, odd, man. It's just annoying. Well, I don't even think there's a reason to go through the tower. And the next time I die, it's over. Oh, I got 2 deaths left. I don't know. Yeah, jury's out on the base game combat. I think it's cool. I definitely have more issues with the structure. Some of the structure, like I said, the idea of the age thing is cool. Like, conceptually, it's cool. Like, it does get pretty repetitive because you don't really get new moves very often. And the bosses are kind of wacky. And I guess we could run through some of the tower. Maybe I'll get like a checkpoint. I don't know. We're gonna have to redo the museum bit. It feels like it has a lot of systems that are like arbitrarily linked to the age thing, just to sell you on the age thing more. Like your combat abilities, the shrines being linked to age, how far you can get is linked to age, and it's like it's cool if every system feeds into the cool core concept. Like some of it's just not worth being like that. It like I feel like catty corners you into wanting to do certain things early if you're trying to be optimal. Like, yeah, I'll probably go back and do other levels and try to, like, do them better. But at the end of the day, it's all the bosses. Like, that's everything, man. Like, everything is just doing the bosses better, and the bosses just aren't fun. I don't know, it's just weird. Why not just... So, like, why not just have the level parts be more fun? You get more moves or options. It's just, I don't know, that's weird. It just feels like everything doesn't mesh perfectly together. It's like, I still, like, don't hate it. I don't dislike it, I guess. I just think it's got so much wonky shit.
Welcome, madam.
She's waiting. I'll make you pay.
Weakling.
I like this chick who just runs in from like 10 miles away. Yeah, I don't know, man. The reason like a lot of permadeath shit is like optional. It's not always the most exciting thing to do. I think they try to like kind of make it more interesting in this, but because the game's relatively long and has a lot of unlockable abilities and shit, it's more just like annoying to redo. And too much of it's like bottlenecked into just the bosses. Yeah, that's cool. You're in an extreme minority of people, which is totally fine. Having more permadeath in games than actually working it in is awesome. But I don't think this one works it super well when it could have it be well. I mean, the thing is, like, I mean, roguelikes have been doing permadeath forever, and those are really cool. Right? Like, or can be cool. And those can be permadeath. They could have almost no permanence. It's purely you just, like, getting better. But this tries to do both, and I think it kind of, like, fails at it. Like I said earlier, I'd almost rather this game just be, like, fucking 2 hours long, and you do just get better, and have all of your moves at the start, and you just get really good at this deep combat. But instead it tries to have permanence, and then it locks you out of fun things like in action games. Right? Like, I mean, who the fuck wants to play an action game and not unlock the abilities, right? Like, it just doesn't even fucking make sense. Like, there's nothing fun about that. I mean, we could talk how great permadeath is, but that's just not good for action shit. And it's like, okay, yeah, you can permanently get them in this, but it's like really grindy. And it's locked behind being on certain stages. And it's just like, you can still have the permadeath. You can still have all that, but like, not remove the fun parts of action game shit. Like, I don't know. That's the thing. It's like, it's fine giving it props because it's got permadeath, but that's not my issue with it. Yeah, Igor. I mean, then that's fair. It's like a Binding of Isaac or some shit. I mean, people, yeah, I mean, let's be real. People don't always want to just repeat levels, right? Like, I mean, some people want to, you know, play through a hard game and move on to the next game or something, right? You know, maybe they want to do that. You know, some people don't want to spend like, you know, 100 hours on 5 levels of a game just because. But yeah, I mean, if the gameplay is fun, I mean, that's why they got difficulties and stuff like that too, right? I mean, that's why I think trying to work it in, like you were saying, trying to work it into the gameplay in an interesting way, where it feels like that's a core part of the experience, is cool. But yeah, I mean, the gameplay is fun, but that's my thing, is like, I think it'd be more fun if I had more abilities, or if I could make more little fun choices on certain upgrades or something, but I can't get abilities hardly at all because of the weird limitations. It's not the permadeath that sucks there, it's the rest of it. I don't know. I'm not like taking a dump on anybody, by the way. Sorry if it sounds like that. It's just, it's a weird one. I like a lot of parts of it for similar
Look at
reasons.
your face. Not even a scar. Your family is certainly full of mysteries.
Not even a scar.
I'm certain Yang would be thrilled to see you again. Unfortunately,
Except she's really
I don't
old.
think you'll have that opportunity.
Take her out!
I'll be the one to take you down.
Nice. Yeah. That's the thing. I think a game, yeah, with like permadeath has to be really fucking fun. Like purely permadeath, right? Like most people do not want to probably redo like an entire game. This is not full permadeath also, let's be real. It's similar, but I do not think it is so fun, yeah, that like I mean it is a neat idea. It's more that I go back and it's like not that interesting and it's not that different. Like I don't go back with like some new skills or a different thought process behind shit. I just have to read her attacks better. I don't know. Which is cute, but I mean that's why that kind of thing is usually like a self-imposed challenge.
It was foolish of you to come here. Any regrets now?
I mean, improving at the same thing is, I don't know, it's one of those split things. Like improving at doing the same thing is like a part of games, and I mean that's fine, right? But like, I don't know. Maybe I just don't like the bosses, and that's too about the bosses. Like honestly, the stage parts aren't even that big of a deal. You get shortcuts. You know, you get a lot more options to learn an area and learn how to do things. Well, that's what I'm saying, but the bosses are all that matters. What's up, Outcast? How we doing? I don't know. I'll have to play some more. I feel like I'm not making any great points or anything about it. It just feels very unsatisfying. It's like these cost XP, but then your moves cost XP. And it's not a short game where you just make choices. It's like you want to permanently unlock this shit, so it's like, why would you get these? And these are age locked. And it's just, why? Why? There's already enough reasons to redo a level. Like it feeds into it naturally. Just weird, man. There's like an extra 1,000 mechanics to make you want to go redo a level. It's just. Like there already is one. Why make it so I have less moves and less abilities and less upgrades as well? It's less fun. I don't know, it's just silly. Forcing yourself out of bed. Yeah, I stayed up pretty late last night. Been wanting to stay up a bit.
I do not want to fight you.
I guess you can block her shit with a bat. Want to get that guy's bat in the beginning? This might help a bit. This bat's not going to stay up for long, but maybe it doesn't need to. Now the bat's broken. Alright, it's not. Like, what was that? I guess I was supposed to dodge upwards.
How did you survive my blades?
At least we did good on the first phase. Need to do good on the second phase. Yeah, I mean, part of it's just like what Igor said. It depends on how fun that core process is of improvement. I mean, I've done games no death and for achievements and all this other shit, and you know, some of those are really fun to, you know, because of things like how long they take, the skill ceiling, the amount of options you have, and stuff to like do those kinds of like permadeath or Iron Man things. But like, I don't know, yeah, it's kind of like you were saying. I don't know if the base game is like all that interesting to go back and redo shit. Especially when you know you have all of these cool things you could be getting and you just like can't.
I know 100 ways to kill you. You should have run when she gave you the chance.
Like there's already.
This is where I kill you.
See, that's nothing to do with it. Like I like challenge just fine. Like was permadeath the only kind of challenge? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Like this game, by no means is harder than anything like Bayonetta on the hardest difficulty. Absolutely not even fucking close. Like that's kind of the thing. It's like it has nothing to do with how hard each individual challenge is. It's just about the structure of it.
Step by step, you inch closer to death.
Not the only game that has challenge, but like I said, not a lot of games are formalizing the rule set in this way. I mean, that's what roguelites are. One of the most popular genres of indies. I would say quite a few games are actually doing it. I don't know. I mean, if you just mean like Iron Manning a typical campaign, like me playing Pokemon and having Iron Man, or me playing like Ocarina of Time and having Iron Man, that's just, yeah, really niche, right? I think that's fine, but there's a reason those are usually options. That's really different from this, I guess, so maybe it doesn't have anything to do with that. But.
The end is close for you now.
Like I said, I like the idea of going back through levels and doing them better. I think it's just the bosses are roadblocks, and it's really odd that there are other features in the game and other abilities and other upgrades, and those are just not utilized at all. They're ignored. That's kind of what I'm getting at. You play something like a Binding of Isaac, there's no permanence at all. You just have access to everything, and that's just kind of the thing.
The end is close for you now.
I don't know. I'm clearly talking about something different. I think we're all talking about something different here.
I'll kill you.
I have problems with this as an action game mixed with something with some kind of permadeath. And how it tries to leverage stuff like roguelike elements in a bad way. Not that it has permadeath. It's like I feel like we're inflating this to I hate permadeath or something. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe we all three have some kind of different thing going on here. I get too distracted to do this fight too. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, and those do it well. It's tight. That's my thing, is like those are really tight. This is not tight. Yeah, it's just like there's so many systems just being ignored, because the best way to beat the game is, you know, to go back and do the levels better. But if you've already done a level better, like you could do a level almost perfectly and not even get anything, like any of these from it. Like, and then you could do the next level like okay, and then not be able, even though you perfectly did the beginning, not be able to like get things from the beginning of the game, then you'd have to redo the beginning anyways. It's just like it's just a lot of it just doesn't work well anyway. Whatever. Yeah, well, it looks like the bat was useful in that first phase. Speedrunning, yeah. Damn. He instantly threw that out. I had 0 time. Very unpredictable. I just wish it all synergized together a little bit better. It wasn't just so much about the boss. It's neat. I think they could do another one and really smooth out some shit.
Eyes on the target in the atrium. Everyone get into position.
It was foolish of you to come here.
It was foolish of you to come here. Grab this business. It's an interesting conversation. It's an interesting topic. I don't know. See what more we get by the end. Alright, man, good night. Well, I don't know if that bat's still there.
Interesting. Have you defeated death itself?
She thinks it's interesting too. I just don't like this fucking fight either, man. That's new.
I will put an end to your quest for vengeance.
She has so much super armor, man. Let's see how well the next phase goes.
I know 100 ways to kill you. You should have run when she gave you the chance.
God, there's so little opening punish times. She just threw something at me point blank, dude. What kind of fucking design is that, man? Like, it doesn't even matter how close you are, she just threw a knife at me point blank.
Step by step, you inch.
It's like, I gotta get in and get some hits, right? Like, what do I just wait around until she just...
This is your end.
At least you can do some blocks on this phase. I lost half my health from one knife. I can't even put her in a whole string, dude. I get like one hit. She's so spammy. It's so fucking unfun.
You're not as good as you think.
dump truck outside. Their garbage truck slamming shit.
I have no issues
A little distracting. Nice.
Step by step, you inch closer to death. Die slowly.
Jesus, she hit me one time while I was blocking. It filled my meter up to full. Little overkill.
You're not as good as you think.
Yeah. I just don't think it's just the core gameplay is just not fun enough, man. I think it's fun enough on the normal goons, but the bosses is just none of the moves you unlock have any point to them. It's all about just like kind of cheesy evasion patterns and just kind of boring.
Eyes on the target in the
Definitely not the game's high point, but that's the part that matters the most.
It was foolish of you to
I
come
literally
here.
don't even go back to the level. It's just the boss.
Regrets now?
Oops.
Eyes on the target in the atrium. Everyone get into position.
It was foolish of you to come here.
She can't keep up. Put that.
Oof, the bots coming in hot. You love to see them. Like that's why they have the scoring thing. Is like scoring is there to make you want to redo the whole level instead of do shortcuts. Except these are so just like whatever. I mean, are they whatever? I don't know. I'm trying to tell. They feel whatever enough that I would rather just try to beat the boss with limited losses. I guess some of these are okay. It's a way to incentivize you to redo entire levels instead of shortcuts. So not only try to get minimal loss of lives, but also maximize the level. I don't know. It's like you said, it's cool when somebody actually tries to take the idea of something that's generally extremely niche and like optional, like an Iron Man, and like work it into their game well. But in, yeah, like a more static level. I don't know. I think having the ability, I think if the levels were half as long and there's twice as many, then you could, you know, perfect these little things a bit more. That'd be a cool start. I think the actually getting the moves, because that's an action game, you want to have different moves to have fun. Those should just be totally separate. Either already have them all, or like those are permanent without the need for grinding. I think that'd be a good touch. And then maybe make these like way more interesting, because then the levels would be shorter. And then make it maybe like you didn't have to, because if you redo the first level, you have to redo every level. So it's like maybe just each one. So it's like a chunk. Like it's perfecting a single level, like a speed run, or you know, something like that. But like just doing it all from the beginning. Like that's cool, but yeah, the game's like really long for that and repetitive. Yeah. Completely broken. The upgrades seem unfun and uninteresting. Yeah, that's my thing. Is like if these were really cool and fun, I would like want to go back and like perfect the entire first level. If I felt it was gonna really help me in later levels, but it's like that's what I mean. Is it's like it's too railroaded to like just the bosses. Like I could go back to the first level and do these. Yeah, I gotcha. It's like I wasn't. I definitely not disagreeing with what you're saying. I felt like I was trying to get a different point, and maybe it got lost along the way. Yeah, yeah, of course. I mean, you want to do that in any game, right? You make like a fun side thing, you know. Oh, there's collectibles. Oh, there's a time trial challenge, like in Donkey Kong Countries or Rayman's really hard challenges. They're just either fun to do or you get a really cool reward from them. But in this, it's like all the incentive, all the systems, especially for an action game, are like locked behind the age thing. And like, yeah, the incentive to actually do it is just not all that interesting. Like, the most beneficial thing you can do is die the least amount of times. So why would you want to go through the entire level? Unless the fucking rewards were fucking juicy, man. And it's like, yeah, if the game's fun enough, then okay. But man, the game needs to be really fun for you want to fucking redo every fucking chunk of every fucking level over and over till you perfect it. And there's not a lot of fucking games like that. I mean, obviously, if you're just more prone to liking that kind of thing in general, it might be a little sway. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if the base gameplay here is worth a system like this. Especially when like the boss is the only thing that matters, and these bosses are pretty weak. Still on the fence if you'd like this. Yeah. No, I don't think. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I don't think that's wrong either. You just got to do it right. And I mean, there are going to be more niche things. So, like, I mean, some people just wouldn't find a 10-hour plus game with full permadeath fun. That's why it's optional these days, right? You know, like people got other shit they want to play. Maybe people like really hard challenges that are more in smaller doses, right? Like I would say nothing in this game is super hard, right? It's more that it's very long is what makes it hard. And like, you know, some people don't like that kind of difficulty as much. And balance. Remapping. Press type hold. Basic. I mean, we did say you don't like challenge. I mean, let's be real. I don't know if you. I mean, I think it's. I don't know if you equate Iron Man to the only kind of challenge in gaming. I think that's what it comes across as. is probably where people thought that. Like I said, I don't think this game is hard, right? I think there's much harder games that I'll probably spend more time on one boss than this entire game, right? It's a just different kind of challenge, yeah. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it's a niche thing. I mean, there's a reason that most games don't have it. It's because most people probably don't enjoy it. That's why it's interesting seeing it made in a way that could be more enjoyable to, on average. I mean, like I said, most people don't want to spend like play a 20-hour game and then die to some silly shit and then restart it. I mean, that's really exciting and it can be cool, but most people don't give a fuck. But I think having a game designed around, you know, having that loss and making it fun, people wanting to do it, I think that's a really cool goal. Yeah, there's a reason that kind of thing is probably really self-imposed. It's interesting though. Yeah, exactly, and that's what I mean. Is it'd be cool if, yeah, you know, that's what I was saying. Like length of a game, you know, it's made. I mean, roguelikes are like that. Let's be real, and those are very popular. I would say that's like 10% of games nowadays at least are a roguelike. They're completely designed around that idea. But yeah, doing it in static levels and stuff, I mean, a little different. Yeah. There's varying degrees and people. That's the thing, is like, I don't know. I mean, obviously fun is subjective, so one person might think restarting a 100-hour playthrough is really fun, but you know. I feel like there's still a lot of objectivity in what makes something Jesus satisfying. No, that was just being hyperbolic. Like right now, redoing shit isn't fun because the fight isn't fun. This is not an interesting fight.
Defeated death itself.
And I don't really look forward to redoing this fight some more because even though I've already like might perfect it here. Just because they're the way the system works. Okay. Do you play a lot of roguelikes? It's sort of off topic, but I'm curious. Gotcha.
I know 100 ways to kill you. You should have run when she gave you the Can you keep...
God, this tree has like no openings. She just goes forever and ever and ever, and only sometimes can you actually do something. It's better just to like keep spamming like square strings or do something else. The game's trying to be stylish and failing. Comes across as just kind of whatever. I mean, it's fine. I'd rather them try to be stylish than nothing, but the voice acting and the kind of like really piss poor plot doesn't work well with the style. It just feels like style for the sake of it. Occasionally, even though everything else is very basic. Well, they made a game before this called Absolver, which is like another fisticuffs game, but like I think it's like multiplayer or something. Dude, the spam, man. It's just an unfun fight, man. I'd rather redo a level. Like that's my thing. Is like I'd rather be redoing a level. A very unsatisfying action game boss. She's just like fucking jumping into like invisible walls and like just spamming. There's like hardly any like normal fucking openings or anything. She'll just throw like another fucking one like right out, or she won't do anything. That's like the only opening. If you want to play it extremely safe, you only attack them. It's like, of course you could do this perfectly. You can do anything in any fucking game perfectly. Like, but it's about how fun it is, like, getting to some of those points. Yeah, they absolutely are. And that's the thing with action games, is there's some action games where the bosses are super satisfying. They're the best part. The spectacle of them, they're just really fun to learn and fight. And then there's some action games where only the normal guys are fun to fight. It's like DMC5. Normal guys are really fun because you can use everything on them and it's all about combos and doing all this crazy shit. But the bosses suck. But then Bayonetta, because it has a more universal kind of combat, because it's more about like flat evasion systems that are useful in anything, the bosses are awesome. Because they play similar, but they're just fucking harder and they have crazy set pieces and stuff, and it's like weird, man. This is one where the bosses are just kind of like, eh. Like, I would be totally fine just going through the level and doing that better. Because it's at least fun. This is just like... It's alright. I mean, at least I don't have to do anything before this fight, but it's just like... Yeah, and I mean, to that, don't play the game, I guess, right? But for me, it just feels like I've been saying all night, there's cool things there. And I just think it's like, it's on the cusp of, with some tweaks and some changes, being this like, more like bite-sized permadeath thing. That's interesting. It's like let me redo any level, right? And make that better. Like so it's like a permadeath, like there's a flat amount of like for me it's like it's not even that it's got permadeath. It doesn't have permadeath really. It's that you technically have a flat amount of lives, and it's variable depending on how many times you die in a row, which means the only parts that are going to be really hard are bosses, because they're the only times you're going to die without getting your lives back. So it's like... there's just too many systems that are fun. Yeah. I mean, they have impact, and that's what's interesting. Is... yeah, and I think they should go in harder on that, right? Like, how do you make that interesting to like, how do you please everybody on that? And I would feel like, you know, being able to redo individual levels in any order you want and do them better to give yourselves more chances at the later levels makes sense. Like, but instead, you would need to replay the entire game, so even if you perfected a level, you have to protect it from, like, the beginning. And then it's like, maybe that would be okay if the levels were shorter or something, but, like, it's only the bosses that matter. Yeah, I think that would be cool. Like, right now I'm, like, 51, so I'm gonna go 51 in there. But if I went back to this level and did it in 12 Lost Age, I would be 40-something in the newest level. And if I want more upgrades, instead of just worrying about my age, I also do the entire level and worry about my age, so you have the perfect full 100% run. And then that'll help you even more. And then you can make the individual challenges really hard then, right? Like, the last level could be super fucking hard. But because you can go back and do even better on the other levels, more perfect, you know, less deaths, the god run, you can give yourself an advantage. But, like, the things you get as upgrades are, like, not that they're not that cool, that interesting. I don't even know if they're good. In terms of action games, like, you should not have your abilities, like, I can buy one of these temporarily. I can't even fucking, like, get a single move permanently after that fight, right? And it's just like you really need to give people the full kit, right? Or, like, maybe after, like, I mean, you get, like, shortcuts permanently. Yeah, and that's the thing, is, like, being able to choose what you want to redo. Like, what if you're just really happy with one of your levels, you know, like, whoa, I just beat this chick without losing. That's crazy. But my first level is really killing me. Well, you got to redo her again anyways. And then it's just tedium, right? You're just doing it again just cuz. Like, it's not about doing it perfectly, it's about, like, also doing it from the beginning perfectly. Even though it's not a game where you do one single run like a roguelike, you do pick them out individually. So it's just, like, it's just sloppy enough. Like, it's synergized just sloppy enough to just kind of be silly. And then another thing is, like, well, what if you're the kind of guy who doesn't want to do the god run on the first level? You're fine with 5 deaths, right? On the first level, you're like, okay, you know, my level's the 3rd level. I'm really good at that level. I'm gonna be okay with some deaths on the first level. That's your choice, right? You know, you pick and choose how well you want to do it. But then they have this shit where it's like, well, you can't get any moves at the bottom if you're 29. So that means you have to god mode the first level anyways? Or buy these immediately so that you can use them later. And then that's the same with the shrines. If you're over 30 or 40, you can't get the weapon durability upgrade skill. Why? That should be, if I want to go back and get more points and more shrines, because the shrines are already optional, you need to do the entire level if you want to get all the shrines. So, like, if they're already optional and the incentive is to redo the whole level and then also not die to get the upgrades, why also limit you by age? Because then that means, it's like what I was saying, that means you need to redo you need to always buy the low level skills in case you die a lot later, otherwise you'll never be able to buy them. And you always need to upgrade your fucking talent tree using the fucking low age shit first if you ever want to get like 100%. It's just why? You know, like it would work just fine with like, you know, you pick your skills, you're incentivized heavily to get everything in the level and perfectly do it to get more upgrades, but you can choose not to. You know, you want to be as permadeath as you want, decide which levels you want to be godly at, but in this it's like, it's pretty much you just god run it. Like, if you want to like get a little bit of everything out of the game, it's like you kind of just have to like god run the whole thing. It's just, yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, playing it's a big difference. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's like I've played a shitload of action games, so the novelty of the combat is not there as much. It's like I can pick out like a piece of each part of this game's combat that I think was done better in a different action game. Combined, it's still really cool. But yeah, with a system that's based on redoing things, you know, dozens of times possibly, just to beat the game, not even optionally, right? I don't know how well it holds up there. Yeah. I think the normal goons, it's pretty fun. I think maybe some more usage of environmental stuff. And being able to have more skills, right? Like, because I mean, almost all these skills right here are just useful on goons. I can't imagine most of these being useful on bosses, like Snap Kick. Bosses just have super armor. It doesn't matter. They also don't get staggered off of a hit that isn't after their attacks, right? So it doesn't matter. Staff weapons. Not every boss has a staff. Not every boss has a bat. Not every boss has something they throw at you. Not every boss has gonna knock you on your ass. They just will probably kill you. You know, I mean, it's just like, so these are for normal goons. So why not like just, yeah, I'd rather just redo like actual level areas more, and then I'd get more abilities to do that, and it'd be more transformative, more fun. But instead it's all like funneled into just the bosses, which are just extremely just about pattern recognition, or the inability of like recognize patterns, or just walking with a bat, I guess. Like, the bosses need to be really fun for that, and they're just not the best part of the game, but they're the only part that really matters. Because that's the thing, is like the game has shortcuts to essentially just skip the levels, where it'd be more fun to have to redo the levels and go easier on the bosses, but they must have thought the bosses were like that good, dude. Some of the girls going to be required a really simple change, make, and you can still do the current style. Yeah, exactly. It would. I mean, it's all about incentivizing and just making sure the player's getting new shit and having fun. Oh, that run was okay on that chick. See, that's the thing. It's like, it was okay. Like, do I just keep going on her? I don't know how hard the rest of this shit's gonna be. Like, I mean, I guess I could keep going in this because I can get shortcuts. And if it's like, wow, this is going to be really hard, I need the lives, I guess I could try to do even better on her. I don't know how many it's going to take. Who knows? The bad thing would be is if, like, yeah, I was like, okay, well, I did a god run on her, but I still don't have enough lives. Then I have to redo the god run on her.
Welcome, madam. She's waiting for you.
Yeah, it's just a bit more interesting in the levels, right? I think if the levels had more routes and more ways to handle guys, like in this, I can't skip these guys. I don't have to fight them. I could just walk right past them. Although it does get you more score. But it's like you can skip stuff, which is neat. But like if the levels had more routes and more ways to like a speed run, right? Like cut down on how many lives it took, where the dangers are, you know, where the hidden weapons and the shortcuts, and it kind of has that already. But if it went harder than that, that'd be cool. But it's just the bosses, man. It's like that's the part that matters, because you skip all this with shortcuts. The only reason to do this is for the shitty perks, which, I mean, they're not probably that bad, but yeah, it just needs better incentivizing. I don't know. And I keep repeating myself, and I feel like beating the dead horse, but it's a weird one because like I do like it, but then I'm also just like annoyed by it, and I'm trying to root down what it is, but.
Come closer, so I can get a better look at you. Look at your face. Not even a scar.
Huh. That just disappeared. That was weird. Yeah, I just feel like I'm, for my own standards, not articulating what I don't like. Because I don't like just bitching about a game. That's like, I feel like I'm trying not to be like irrationally just bitching about shit because I'm like losing or something. It's like I feel like there's something there, man. I feel like those are the reasons. It's about just a certain kind of satisfaction, I guess. Because like I said, I've played games where I lose a single boss for like 10 hours and I'm never bored. But in this game, just like 6 hours I'm more annoyed, and it's just like there's just something there, obviously, that like creates a lower level satisfaction.
Get the better of you.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely a massive part of it. Jin Fang's computer. Does it open this up? Which I think is the thing, is like... Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's exactly it, is like, you know... The bosses are not as fun as the core gameplay on the general... like mooks or whatever, the goons, and they don't do a good job of spicing the gameplay up the farther in you get, because you don't fucking get access to most of your moves that are interesting, right? Like the ability to just kick things in the environment at people is something I have to spend a lot of points, like an entire like fucking level from beginning to end to probably even like get. But like it's grindy in that way. That's the weird thing, is like if you want all of the moves in the game, you don't even have to god run. You just grind the fucking levels till you get enough XP. So it's like it just it doesn't work with the age thing. You could get all of your basic moves that way. And then when you get all your basic moves, you could use the shrine to give yourself, you know, large real upgrades. And you could spend XP, by the way, to reset your fucking compounded lives. Like right now I have a 3, you could spend 1,000 XP to get rid of that. So it's like, it's weird. Like nothing works. It all doesn't synergize very well. There's just a lot of fucking different shit going on, and I just wish it was a tighter experience, I guess. And I'd be willing to ignore it all if I really had fun with the part they're focused on, which is the bosses, but like I like just running around beating up dudes here. Like it's not bad.
Everyone into position.
I feel like everything's like working against you.
All entrances and exits.
Yeah, I can't say I was enjoying that fight. The second phase wasn't as bad, but something like one of those things, like it's not fun enough to like redo. It's like right here, I'm like trying to keep the fat guy between me and the table. I'm trying to draw people forwards over here. I'm looking around trying to find weapons I can use to make it easier. There's like so much more going on and things that would matter for like repetition, because you could learn the level and do it a little bit better. And but with the boss, it's just, yeah, of course that is there, right? I mean, look at like a Castlevania or some shit. Right? You know, you gotta learn the patterns and you get better, and that's fun. But for a game based around lives and amount of times dying, it's like it just was much more satisfying doing it on a level than on the boss. The way the combat flows, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I gotta wonder then, because I haven't been doing that. Because technically, I could spend my XP to erase my oh yeah, for sure. More fun to do. Yeah, I think if you had the basic combat, level of satisfaction from Bayonetta. I don't think Bayonetta's combat would probably work exactly like this because environmental stuff isn't as big of a deal. But you had that satisfying of combat, but with more of a focus on level routing and environmental like combat and shit, like weapons and all that. Then yeah. I don't think in an action game, god running to unlock skills is ever good. I think, now when I say skills, I'm talking like legitimate moves, like down, up, triangle. I think those are things that could probably just be added in, or maybe you just get at certain times, or you just have them all from the beginning, and it's all about like mastering that depth. I mean, the reason you do unlock them in these kinds of games is to spice it up, right? But I think in a game that's centered around the challenge from the get-go and permadeath, like, it's probably better just to give you everything so you can start mastering and not worry about spicing up the action gameplay. Like, unless it's like a roguelike and you're like wanting to get a very big move and build a character in like a certain way in an action game, like. But yeah, the point is, perks though, what you're saying, that's probably what you meant, was perks, right? Like stats, stuff, like, what are they called in this? Every game calls them something different. Like, yeah, the perks, I guess. Health gained on takedowns, stat. Yeah. Yeah, I think in an action game you want to... If it was an action game based around god runs and permadeath, you want to give people all of the skills right away, right? Or you make it completely randomized like a roguelite, and it has a really good base, and every playthrough feels really different. I think this halfway point where it plays like a normal action game, but then still wants to do a slow unlocking of skills to spice things up, but you need to be better, like, it's kind of odd, especially when you have to redo the whole fucking thing from the beginning. But like a Bayonetta with, like, yeah, you know, the level design of this kind of thing, you know, needing to redo levels perfectly to get better stats, I think is fine. the satisfaction bit of it. Like, I don't think the actual combat would work. But that makes sense. that whole spiel there. So just a few touches would be cool. Like if I had more skills, like just imagine this, like I had more skills so I could learn more, use them better, learn, try to figure out how to use them better. I don't have to just like grind them out to get them. It's got a high skill ceiling so that you're always learning. And then you can pick any level you want to God run and it'll help your overall tally. And then the incentives for God running are not just like, perfecting a shortened version of the level, with shortcuts. Like, there was enough incentive there, then like it'd be worth doing if you wanted to help you with later game shit. Like, well, if you have a really easy time with late game, you don't need to do it. But if you're having trouble, you could God run a level you're better at that you like without shortcuts, and then but the incentive's not good enough. So like one with more incentive. Like, cause I could do that. I could go back and do score on low level areas. Not low level, early levels. And then try to do that with like no deaths as well. And then I'd come back with more permanent stats, but then I need to do that on the second level as well. Otherwise I would need to redo the second and the third like later if I needed to go back. And this is like this weird like redoing of like the entire game every time you want to like maybe just get a little upgrade, right? It's just not worth it. You'd rather just keep beating your head against the wall until you're good enough to do it with like no upgrades. I mean, that's how it feels for me. Like, I'd rather just fucking slam it out.
I see you.
I don't know. We'll see as we go. We'll talk about it more accurately. Like I said, I still have fun with the game, but I mean, I really like action games in general. I think it's a cool genre that has plenty of room to grow. And I think more nuanced action like this is trying to do is a place you can do it. It's just a hard thing to pull off, and I think this is held back too much. Like an over-dedication to the age system. Or they could easily have like mixed it in a much smaller way. Like in a much smaller way together, that created a bigger impact.
Any regrets now?
Because I would actually want to redo levels. But because everything's so tied to it, I don't even want to bother.
Want some more?
Because it's just not entertaining.
She has a weapon! Holy shit!
Insane. That can't be possible.
Yeah. I mean, just a few, things could make that whole deal not fun. I mean, overall, I think this did well critically. How did people generally like it? It seemed very divisive from what I saw. I imagine a lot of people are just put off it by it being, hard. I mean, people... That's why I try to avoid when I am playing a hard game to just seem like I hate it for the difficulty. Because I think that there's good difficulty and there's bad difficulty. I don't want to just be lumped into the group that like got filtered, right? When we're trying to have like a real conversation. Because Because there's some hard games that are just not fun, but like there's always that group that's like, well, you just don't like, you know, X and Y because it's polarizing. Yeah, I'm curious what the Steam reviews are. Oh wait, there's no Steam reviews. Yeah, I imagine people, because especially like you said nowadays, I mean, challenge in gameplay is, at least in the mainstream, not as something people like as much. It's more of an indie thing, and I think this game got big enough through streamers and shit probably to have more of a mainstream audience try it out. It's got a high user score. Hear about Metacritic. I'm like in the middle on it. I like parts of it. And I think if you're not used to playing like hardly any action games, this would probably like blow people's mind because it feels like, you know, like you're fucking playing the Raid or some kind of kung fu thing, right? But I just don't think the gameplay is clean enough and that the systems don't synergize together well enough. I'm kind of in the middle. Yeah. Yeah, this dude. Brawling with goons is fun, but the demand for perfection facing difficult boss leads to wearying repetition, even for those who like harder games. That's my thing, is like, it's for me, it's like that. It's like when you're fucking like, I'll have to read more later, because it's always interesting seeing what other people say. If I can prove how I talk about shit, or if I miss something, or if I think people are just stupid. But yeah, it's just like, it's so railroaded to the bosses, right? And that's the thing, is if I want to just play like a game that was stylish action with permadeath, I would just go fucking play like Fury or something, dude. Like, this is my thing, is like, I always have another fucking game for every part of this that I'd rather be, you know, that I think would be better. And it's like, it's not about a singular aspect of the game being really good, I guess. It's about the sum of all parts, but that's my thing, is like, you could just see where it could be better in a lot of ways. I would say I still like it because I like the action combat enough. But, you know, I'm definitely... like it with like 100 asterisk. Fury. It's this game. It's pretty hard, but it's a fun, like, kind of, sort of top-down-ish action game. Cool music, actually owns its style. It's just bosses that are really hard. I don't know if it has permadeath modes. It probably does. It has all sorts of other fucking modes. So. It's a fun game. I haven't played it in a while. It's much harder than this. Minute to minute, it's harder than this. Like, the actual fights are harder. Like, that's a fun boss rush game. Are pretty fun. I liked it.
We must be swift and just
See, the thing is, like, a kung fu type of game like this too is just like, when you think of kung fu, do you think of Jackie Chan beating up the final guy in like Drunken Boxer, or do you think when he's beating up like the entire bar of people? You think of like the bar, right? Like, it's like the Raid, man. It's all about like fighting a bunch of dudes really well. And I think it just fits this style of like Like the sound effects of the punches, the speed of it all, and how it's not like really over the top. Like it just doesn't work as well as bosses. And they could make it work. It could be really well designed, but I just don't think they managed to nail those. It's much easier to work in this way. Against the goons. The big man.
You cannot escape. You are trapped.
What level am I on? One on the right, I thought. I'd recommend Fury. They also made Haven, which is very different. That's pretty cool too.
Stairs, maybe?
Like right here, if I want weapon durability, I need to restart the game from the beginning. Why? Like what? But that's just to unlock it. You could get 1 point in it, so it's just like... Like right here, resets your death counter for 1000 XP, which... If you really wanted to win, technically... I would restart this hideout, immediately reset my death counter on the boss, like after a boss, so that I started with 0, and then went back into this with which I guess I might do. We'll see. I might restart that, like after I get some shortcuts, restart the hideout. I think it wipes all of your XP though. That's weird. I would need to already have done it. It's like, it's just, it feels like it's at odds with it. We're making a choice like this. It's like, oh, I want to upgrade my weapon damage. That's really nice. Or I get more abilities, which are fun, right? It's like, do you want more effectiveness or do you want fun? And it should not be a choice. You should be getting both, or at least just the fun, right? like these, I have to buy them permanently because the thing is, you buy them temporarily, and then you have to buy them permanently. Each purchase, each playthrough, does not work towards the final permanence, which it should. So it means you're only going to pick one thing and then permanently get it, so that way you're not wasting XP. Like my first run through the game, or as far as I could get, was I got a little bit of everything. And then so when I die, I have nothing. I have not worked towards any skill. I don't have any skills unlocked. I have to restart all the skills. So now it's like, well, I should only put points into permanently unlocking. And it's like, just make it so if I play enough, eventually I'll have everything without having to like be anti-fun. Like it'd be really cool to have weapon catch, I guess. Maybe I'll get it right now. But would it be more fun to have weapon catch or to have a little bit of everything? It'd be more fun to have a little bit of everything, wouldn't it? But like the way it works is you need to have less fun to be more optimal, and that should never be like a thing, right? It's simple. All you do is make it so every time you buy something, it works towards the permanent counter. There is no temporary one, because then you'll never waste points. They're always going to work towards permanently buying stuff. And yeah, you can have these in here if if you just really need them for your last fight or something, or maybe you've bought everything, so that's what these are for. Like I'm sure some of these are pretty juicy. You can't even use abilities that require 2 focus reserves without upgrading this. Twice, which I guess maybe isn't that bad. You don't get enough unlocks early enough. You then need to grind early to levels to get them. I mean, both. It's more that to be optimal, you need to sacrifice having fun, right? You want to be able to use all of these, right? You want to be able to use all your moves and pick which moves you like for your run, but then, you know, at some point, get them forever. But instead, you have to just pick one at a time because of the way the permanent unlock system works. The grinding's kind of like separate. Yeah, I think these are too expensive to permanently unlock, but, you know, maybe you just get them all in the long run. Okay, so the idea is, alright, I'll just buy something, because I'm going to buy something anyways. Because I want to buy cool stuff. I think the biggest system they don't explain is actually the fucking weaving. They tell you about jumping up and jumping, or dodging, like weaving up and weaving down, but they don't actually mention there's like a left and the right, I don't think. Oh wait, I can't buy these here because I'm too old to buy these. Yeah, weapon catch looks sick, and it should just be a thing you can always do, but yeah. So here's the idea, okay, like, wait, let me buy this and then I'll show you. Okay, now I permanently have it. But like, let's say I want to get pushback cancel, right? See there it says 500 XP to unlock it. And then 5 times more, and I can get it forever. So you'd think the first time I buy it would go towards that next time, right? But it doesn't. The first time you buy it is just temporary. It doesn't work towards the permanent unlock at all. No, because it's still 5 times. I've bought all of these before, and they're all still 5 times. Like, I bought almost all of these. So the problem with that is, if you just buy them once, you will lose them all when you die permanently. Which in theory is okay, because like it should yeah, you have to buy it 5 times before you die, after you've bought it. So the idea is, I mean, what's more optimal then, right? Right? The more optimal is, well, I don't want to waste that 500 I put in it. Some of these are like 1500 fucking points. Sliding's like 1,000. Sometimes I'll get like 1,500, 2,000 a level, right? So it's like, you wouldn't want to waste 1,000. That's almost enough to buy half of a permanent skill. So you just want to focus slide until you get it, right? I mean, that's it. So that means you don't get anything else that playthrough, which means you have less options to fight, which is less fun. Like, that's the problem. Like, if you want to, like, get permanent upgrades, like, if I wanted to have more fun, what would I do? I would get everything, right away. That's more options. That's more fun. But then I'll never get anything permanently because I'll always use all my XP getting everything. And then in the long run, I won't be able to get everything because I'll never have fucking anything permanently unlocked. So it's like, it's not the biggest problem ever, but with all the other little issues, it just is like, you know, like I've been playing for 7 hours and I've never gotten to use almost any of these because I want to be able to permanently unlock stuff. Yeah, just make it so every time I grab a level, it works towards getting it permanently. Simple. Like, oh, if you buy this 5 times throughout all of your playthroughs, you'll always have it. The end. Simple. But no, it's you have to buy it temporarily and then you have to buy it more. So it's like, yeah, I could buy it 1 time temporarily, 2 times for the permanent, then 1 time again for the temporary, and then 3 more times for the permanent, it does save that progress, but then half of my points I spent are just to temporarily have it. So it's like, it's just grindy. It wouldn't be a big problem if you got more XP, but it's like, Jesus, dude. You don't. You really don't. And it wouldn't make it like harder. It wouldn't make it like easier. It would just mean that since that is the only kind of permanence in this game, that you'd be able to master, be able to have all those moves to then learn how to use them and have more fun redoing content, right? Like, what's a fun way to redo content? Like in a Metroidvania, going back through levels more fun because you have new ways to explore it. You know more things, you have new abilities. Same thing in this. It'd be cooler to go back to the first level with more skill. But you just, like, can't. You need to get them, like, one at a time. Otherwise you're wasting points, which means you have to grind more in the long run. I don't know. It's weird. The whole thing's weird. Got music.
Come and face your judgment.
I can reach the shed.
Squad 7, she's in the elevator shaft. Repeat, she's in the shaft. Send Squad 9, send them now.
Squad 9 on its way.
Yeah, and it's like on its own, it's not that fucked. But then it's like having to restart the entire game to redo one level, and then having certain skills and perks only achievable when you're at a certain age. Like, all of these little things just add up to be so dissatisfying. And then how only the bosses really matter for lives, how some of your big XP or some of your big perks are tied to XP. So that means if you ever want them, you have to sacrifice getting moves, which is the fun. And it's just like, you just don't do that, man. It's like, everything should be working together to have, like, be the most fun. I mean, not to make it easy, to just be the most entertaining, right? Like, and it just seems to want to, like, not do that for no good reason, right? Like, the net amount of entertainment. This is a cool sequence. I always like me a falling elevator. And the thing is, imagine if this was a roguelike. That would be fine. You just pick the skills you want or the skills you find to create a strong character. But it's not. It's a 10-hour game where you can get all of the skills, and it's like an action game, right? It's not like it's a simple game like Binding of Isaac where you just keep like getting these crazy big skills and add them together. You're like it just doesn't go all the way with it. This is a hell of a ride. Weapon cache, perfect cancel. I have chasing strikes, which I need to use more. I forgot I have it. That's another thing too, is like, I mean, you get really used to fighting a certain way, and then you add something new in, and you have to really, I mean, it's a skill issue, but you have to really remember you have that thing and incorporate it into your fights, and then be able to do that just through muscle memory naturally. Like when I play 8 hours and then I get like a kind of shitty skill, I might not ever use it. Better just to have it in the beginning, right? Especially if they're really small skills, right? Like just a lightly different punch. Oh, I need to take a quick break, guys. Sorry, my eyeballs. No, they're bitching the whole time. It's just there's a lot to say on this one. Because on the surface, it's got some cool things, but it's just got so many weird little choices, man. Very indie in that respect, I guess. As much as I love fucking indie games, I think it's the best thing about games nowadays, right? And that, you know, where mainstream corporate video games will not go, indie will. There's a lot of times where there's just fucking odd, wacky shit. Because it might be like somebody's first game, or there's, you know, it's just one guy, I don't know, no feedback, or just weird shit, you know, that kind of thing is definitely more of like, like an indie thing. I'll be right back. I think the general aesthetics are fine though. I mean, it does feel like Kira said, or it's like kind of like a like a comic panel. Yeah, thanks, Nin. It's kind of like a comic panel of like a game, but turned into an actual game. Like that's the style of it. I like 3D Samurai Jack or something, right? Although there is a 3D Samurai Jack game. And I think the style's fine. I think the problem with the style is that it's not consistent enough for one, and the narrative is not backing it up like at all, right? Like it's been mostly just normal kind of areas, which is cool because it's cool to fight in like normal areas with the kung fu and all that shit. There's a level of believability or like immersion. And contrasting that with the stylish shit or the crazy stuff is neat, but like the story doesn't ever own that in any way. It's just kind of there. Or it's brought down by like cheesy dialogue, poorly voice acted. Not even that. I mean, cheesy dialogue is, I guess, fine, but yeah, it's just that's kind of when there's so many stylish games and stuff nowadays. It's hard to really be like give them credits just for like a psychedelic section, right? I mean, look like Kill Bill. That's like this game's story. Well, not really. it's a go kill 5 people because they wronged you. And it's like all really stylized, but it's all set in like a real environments and shit. You know, it's not like it's Bayonetta. I'm not falling on like a clock tower infinitely down like a cliff or something. But like it exudes the aura, the style the entire way through. Kind of like owns it. This like tries to be stylish sometimes and then not at other times, and it doesn't have the narrative to like back up the contrast between the two. Like, is it? It's another weird. I feel like I'm talking on my ass, man. There's something unsatisfying about that too. But overall, I think the style's fine. It's at least not uninteresting to look at. If anything, I almost like the basic areas better. Like going through like an office building is kind of cute compared to most action games where it's generally something way more over the top.
Target located.
And that it's totally focused on the action and not really any other weird shit. Thing is, the environment doesn't play that big of an effect. It's much more about PC doesn't have DR. What's that?
Haven't you had enough? Let's get the better of you. No freaking way.
CC. Did I miss like some messages? I feel like I'm like halfway in a conversation and I missed it. The CC. You mean like crowd control or crystalline conflict? And crowd control in this game? I don't think it does in this game. One sec, let me refresh my chat. I feel like I missed something before this. I don't know what the context is, I apologize. It shouldn't have diminishing returns. I don't know. Like for XP? Shouldn't. I never noticed any. Oh, I don't know if it does actually. I don't know if it has diminishing returns on CCs. If it does, it'd be like, I'd imagine it'd be something really small that wore off quickly. I don't recall many. Yeah, somebody else would have to answer that. KD. Cleanse, bro. Cleanse, brother. Accepting an offer in the house or in contract now? Oh, cool. Well, that was quick. But I guess you guys expected it to be quick. You pretty happy with the offer? Did you get more than you're asking for? I think the music's good in this game. I think that's been consistently good. It's been a good mix of like, there's like club shit. Sometimes it's just the sound of like a pipe, I feel like being scraped, or like a weird pipe just moving around, and then this is just like a bell, and there's some variety to it, but it all sounds like it's good for ass kicking. In fact, I might turn it up a bit. Oh shit. Well, I mean, at least it'll all be done, man. That's boom.
The Guardians. this made-up order who kept for themselves what belongs to the people. What's the matter? Are those your best moves?
Yeah, that's pretty juicy, man.
I'll crush you.
Well, good deal. I think one of my only problems stylistically, in a way that affects the gameplay that I have a problem with, is that this game you need to see what people are doing, and sometimes they want to make sure you can't see what people are doing. That can get a little disorienting. Oh, you can't upgrade these after a certain level. I just could never get that again, so there's no point in not doing that first and then doing this. Oh, cool. Well, hopefully that goes well. Don't know if, how close you guys live to Oregon. Hey man, it's a great place for meeting people, I guess. Oops. I feel like I missed something up there probably. Oh, I died. Okay, I fell apparently. Drop from a high point to get deeper. Oh, really? That's apparently a thing. Oh, that's right. Let's forget where you guys are at. Well, I didn't want to die to save, or to save time like they said. I hope I didn't miss a shortcut.
And to each punishment, its weapon. Come on, wake up! You disappoint me.
Okay. I hope I didn't miss any shortcut stuff because we accidentally fell down there. I thought it was just gonna kill me and let me. go back up. I mean, it's a cool option, but I'll have to redo most of the level.
There's no other way. This must be it.
Just jump, bro.
For whom does the bell toll? You want revenge, and to restore that which once was. But that suffering, it was for something.
What is it, the voice actor?
Yours, mine, even Yang's. We did something for the people. We shared. You want to erase it all?
You want to erase it all. Oh god, is this another swing boss?
The Guardian's legacy. Now, accept your sentence.
I feel like I missed some shortcut. Oh, I got an elevator key card. But what about the rest of this shit? The password. Fucking swingy boss one. Exciting. And it's fine if she has like the health and posture to match it. Being a fucking like annoying ranged fight. Too bad, I guess. She didn't have an unreasonable amount of fucking health. What's phase 2 then? Nice, she got wrecked, man. You could actually read her attacks with her swinging and stuff. Unlike that other chick. And you could block them. They didn't go through guard.
You must yield.
This fucking phase though. Nursing home hell. I gotta get a kick out. I totally got distracted. Now let's get the pushback cancel points. Because we're gonna probably game over here. Yeah, totally.
I suspect your immortality will be heightened.
She got like infinite range, man.
I'll destroy you. Any selfish question.
Please don't kill me. Oh, fuck you. Old lady versus old lady, man. Yeah, the battle of the nursing homes, dude. Probably gonna want to redo that fight, I imagine. Or that level. We'll see though. Maybe we won't. How many lives do I got right now? Not many. I got 14. And that's if I fucking just have no compounded deaths. I mean, the next boss will probably take more than that. We'll see. Let's start it. And if we did manage to do it, that'd be fine to me. We would have lost less lives though if I actually had not fallen off that one ledge. If this looks fucked, we'll just go back to the last level and optimize it. That one boss is still the biggest kicker though. I highly doubt the last level is going to be like easy. And if that's the only shortcut, like a lot of these have 2. Some only have 1. Like this has 2. This one has technically 2. One has 1.
Welcome to the sanctuary. This is a place for broken-bodied.
She can't.
Grandma just beat you up, motherfucker. One sec. There's no reason not to just go farther into this because we might get a shortcut and then redo the other one. And then I'd have to do less of this one on that replay. That's Act 2.
Greetings. Can I help you, madam?
Where is Yang?
He's in his office, meditating. It's the highest building. Just keep going up.
Thanks. Damn, your arm looked crazy. Hello.
I'm afraid the restaurant's closed.
Be careful, madam.
No freaking way!
I couldn't even see her, dude. She fucking like warped in the air there.
Better of you?
Anything other than score for beating them up? The only thing I can get is this shit. Can't buy any of this either because I'm too old. Last level, might as well. Anything else I can buy with it? I won't have enough XP to permanently get anything.
These rooms are for a special guest.
Not locked at all. Flowers key. Oh. For an area in the very first level? See, I would love to go back there and check it out. Right? But then I gotta redo the entire fucking game. This is the botanist. The drugsman. So maybe, I don't know much about the man. It's like I'd go over there just to see, but it's like, yeah, I'd have to redo the entire game. And unless I want to redo the entire game to make this easier.
Please, be my guest.
then I will never go do that. Yeah, it would just work better as like you redo each individual level. Yeah, this is the 5th level. Which I imagine is the last level. Now, that does not mean we're nearing the end of our journey because it might be so fucking difficult. I need the lives. Maybe there'll be shortcuts. We'll see. There's a single boss that I could do on just one, like my 14 lives right now, maybe.
Let's wrap up today's lesson. I need to greet our guest.
Gonna get some HP back, buddy. Thanks for your donation. Should have saved them.
It is an up.
Are you nervous?
Wonderful. Chicks are hardcore. It's the same type that killed me in the museum. I'm just trying to find side stuff in here. Okay, there are locked doors. Oh, some more locked doors way back. They let me go check them. No, they won't. Maybe we'll just get the keys for them without having to check them. This level seems like there's more ways to go, but I don't. There probably actually isn't. That would just let you skip a single fight, which, I mean, hey, I guess that's fine. Oh, it probably lets you go through here too.
You need to be purged.
Relax. You should have stayed at home.
Ew. Dude just kicked me over the table into a fucking attack by that chick.
You should have stayed down.
The bottles feel so useless.
Put it down. Let me end this fight now.
I Everybody has fucking crazy fucking super armor right now. Max fucking damage. Oh,
Again? Weakling!
Yeah, that's true. Problems with getting old. Man, I do have less health.
You should have stayed at home.
Try again. What, can you not go over 75? Is that the max? What is the fucking max? Is it 70? Yeah, the only problem with the glass cannon is you're gonna beat people through posture more than you're gonna beat people through health. Oh, any after 70. Oh, then we probably don't have enough. All progress except the woo one. It doesn't mean the entire game, right? I didn't just reset the whole fucking game, did I? Oh, I did. Awesome. What the fuck? Epic, dude. Or did I? No, I don't think I did. I think it just meant the progress of that level. I thought I just fucking reset the game. I'm like, wait, I'm really old right now. We're good. Like, Jesus, that would be pretty fucked. God, my fucking eye. Yeah, 70 doesn't leave me as many options for sure. Fuck yeah. I mean, we could go back through the whole thing and see how it looks, or I could just redo a few levels. Might as well go through one run here. Try to do the first two bosses really well. And then the third one is probably the biggest deal. And we'll probably have a shortcut for the fourth one. Maybe we should have just went straight to the fourth one, but I'd rather not like perfect the fourth one. And we still could probably do a little bit more on these. I just wish you gotta pick and choose, because I would just go pick my worst ones and then try the last level again. But like, you gotta do it all. It feels like it's really trying to squeeze the content.
They've blocked the entrance to the warehouse. Need to find another way inside.
Maybe get some other keys in there. There's some stuff, but I don't know where that stuff is.
Nothing here for you.
like a side door or something. Private room door. It's probably just lore, but where the fuck is it? Might be useful for all I know. Might be above me, I'm not sure. Can't go back for some reason.
Hey! Came to the wrong place, pal.
If you want weapon durability, you gotta get it early. But I don't think I really care about weapon durability. Because health gain is always like the first one I want to max. Look, the score ones are probably some of the most important. That would let you, against bosses, use special attacks more often, which is just free damage. Is this the private room? Doesn't look like it. Bit of a seafood expert. You've been making some tasty seafood this weekend? Or something?
Coming to our place?
I can't see shit. Jesus.
She can't keep up.
Be careful! She's got a weapon!
Any regrets now?
Great. Let's see if it's been a while. Yeah, I've been a bit since I've made any, but I always just steam like tilapia or swai or some shit. Cool to do some like fancier stuff. I don't know where this key goes. There's another gate this is for. I don't know if it's like upstairs or what. I should like re-explore that. And we have a different one for this place.
Get lost! I warned you, asshole!
nerves get the... Fuck you doing in here?
Nope. I'm guessing he cast it before your guard went off? I don't know. I don't think it's possible for it to do that much damage when you have guard on, so... Probably some snapshot shit, right?
Look what we have. Only a fool was.
No freaking way! Drop your weapon! Open it! Open up! Don't make me bust this damn door down!
I wasn't done in here, man. Why don't they let you just turn the fuck around, dude? Yeah, I don't like know where every single fucking door goes at all times, dude.
Insane.
I'm sure, yeah, half the game is probably just a big set of references.
I pity.
I'm looking for this private room they were talking about.
Any regrets now?
There's no point even doing the side areas. I don't care about the score. I was just looking for that door just for fun, just to see if it was worth it, but I don't even care. I don't want to be playing this game for the rest of my life. I want like a solid run through all the levels with all the shortcuts, and then that's it. Moving on. I wish I could pick and choose. I mean, 8 deaths, or 8 on the first one's not even like that bad. Probably the place we can do better.
Get lost. I warned you, asshole. Nerves get the better of you? Look what we have. Any regret? Came to the wrong place, pal. Drop your weapon. Come into our place. Hey, this is private property.
They're not mandatory, but you get more health if you do the finishers.
She's armed.
Stop her for fuck's sake! Put that down! She has
Holy shit!
Be careful!
Your time is up. That can't be possible.
Love it. Love that a random dude just becomes a super god and then completely fucking destroys you. Oh. Maybe I should just try and optimize the 4th level. Whatever gets this credit sequence quicker. That's where we're at. A super guy that pretty much instantly kills you. You didn't have to redo the bosses, it'd be a little better. The bosses are like the big thing. That's where you'll lose all of your lives. You lose a few here and there, but you get so many of them back, doesn't matter.
Welcome, madam.
Or not lives back, but it won't compound into a bad thing. Right now I'm at 3. How good this shortcut is. I would totally use XP to like remove the lives or whatever. I had it. Guessing you can skip some level that way. I don't know if we've seen the rest.
Target located.
So you'd skip a fight.
She has a weapon.
It's probably knives as you kill them quicker than the posture breaks usually.
The Guardians. This made-up order who kept for themselves what belongs to the people. The truth always finds its way. And so does justice.
Are you nervous?
What's the matter?
The sweeps are like the worst thing in the game. Like it's the only thing that's gonna fuck you. Thing is, once again, because of the stupid compounded deaths, if you just do better against the third boss in the game, the hardest boss, probably can finish everything easily. It all comes down to that third boss, man. Every fucking time, dude.
I'll crush you.
It's just boring, man. Problem with a system like this, it's like everything's railroaded to whatever the hardest thing is in the game. If it didn't compound your fucking deaths, it would be fine. But it does. Really have to do it right from here. Give up. Let's see if we can cut this down a little bit. I'm also kind of tired of playing it. So. I just imagine for the final guy, we'll need pretty good shit. Although maybe he'll have a really good fucking checkpoint. Maybe I should just keep going through the fucking that level, dude. Skip as much as I can and get what checkpoints I can. Then we'll find out. I mean, maybe the final level you just walk up to the final guy after a couple fights. This is where it'd be really great to let you pick and choose which levels you want to do. Instead of, oh, I want to fix the first level. Well, then you get to redo every single level after that. So it like really lends itself to just restarting the entire game every time you want to fix something. Which not that fun, man. I don't want to do the game over and over. Pretty much just keep grinding each level until you're like, okay, I'm okay with that. It's alright, man. The combat can be fun, but the bosses kind of suck, and the whole structure of the game, it just feels like there's so many systems at odds with each other. Like, it's enjoyable, I'd say. I feel like action games, go for it, but it's got a lot of systems that are just kind of anti-fun. Like, for 8.5 hours into the game, and at one time I only have 5 out of like 20 to 30 moves. It's just because the systems are kind of wonky, it's not fun. You can't pick most of your upgrades if you're like too old. You can't buy things if you're too old. You have to focus on buying just one single skill if you want to ever permanently have it, because the first time you buy it's temporary. But like it's just got all these systems that just make it not interesting. The way the compounding deaths make it so that bosses are the only thing that matters in terms of, because you have to beat the game before you turn 70, I guess. But the only way you're ever going to lose a lot of lives really fast in a row is against bosses, and then some of them are easier than others. So the game's like really railroaded to you doing really well at its weakest part, and then all the other times you run around just doing the levels, you don't even get that many moves because the way the XP system works. It's just, there's too many little systems that just go against each other, and it just kind of lame.
Not so tough after all.
I mean, the story's a joke, and the game tries to be stylish. It looks fine, but tries to be stylish, but too much bad voice acting and other wonky shit kind of.
Can I help you, madam?
Kind of hurt it.
Where is Yang?
I mean, there's cool stuff here for sure. Maybe this just goes straight up to the boss. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's bad, but I think just tuning a couple little things would have been really big for the game. Like, if you wanted to shave, like, if you wanted to improve one of your levels that's old. The rogue part, that's part of the problem, is it doesn't lean enough into anything. It tries to be an action game with a bunch of different moves, which does not work in a rogue thing, but then it doesn't go full rogue because you can like pick and choose levels in a way, but then like it like locks you out of certain. It's weird. I think what the game should have done was made it so you can pick any level you want and do better at that level, and then that'll give you more lives to handle whatever current level you're on. Like right now, my second level and my third level are a little iffy. But if I redo the second level, I have to redo the third level. And then I have to redo the fourth level. And what if I like my fourth level? You know, so it's like you have to redo it all. If you want to get score perks, you have to redo every part of the level to get more score, and you're just not going to want to do that, so you just won't get high score perks. If you're too old, you can't even like get abilities. So like it just really lends itself to like, and the incentive to, I don't know, man, the incentive to actually go back and do some of this for anything outside of just the lives is so bad that I don't know why they limit you in those areas. It should just be like fun to go back and try out your new stuff and all that. I think shrines being probably permanent would be better. Not being tied to XP, and then maybe score could just be score. I don't know. This is like little things, man. Yeah, you'd probably get annoyed from this game, I'd imagine. It doesn't feel like a roguelike. It's not permadeath, it's like cumulative deaths. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is like if I could just pick a level to do better. But because of shrines, because of temporary upgrades, it's got like the structure of a roguelike. But it would be way better with something a bit more like piecemeal. It's weird. At least when you're all out there, you won't have to worry about it. Like, I like the idea of shortcuts. I like the idea of routing the levels differently, although there's almost no fucking routing in this game. It's you either take the shortcut or you go through the linear area. So it'd be cool with a little bit more of that, a bit more environmental stuff, having more of your abilities available from the start. There's some stuff that's not very good, but it's fun. But because you're trying to get better and more optimized at the game, like you're not gonna like get it. So it's like it's at odds with itself. I forgot about you. That happens.
Let's wrap up today's lesson. I need to greet our guest.
Nice, dude. The targeting? Yeah, the targeting's pretty bad, I'd say. Like right there, I was trying to beat on that guy and it swapped to her for a sec. There's definitely a layer of jank to it, but I definitely think the structure and how some of its little systems interplay is the biggest issue. Stuff like the style's not a big problem. It's even good sometimes. I like when it's just you running through like normal areas that look really clean or really well put together. When it tries to be a bit more abstract, it's actually kind of feels more generic in a way, which is weird. Normally you'd think the over the top stuff's better, but yeah, the targeting's kind of fucked. Right now I'm just trying to get a shortcut unlocked, and then we're gonna have to go redo some old levels to get better lives. I only have 4. I can only die 4 times right now or some shit.
Welcome to the sanctuary.
Not even. That's assuming I don't get any compounded deaths.
Nerves get the better of you.
Greetings. Can I help you, madam?
Yeah, I get health back from beating him up. So those dudes drop down and take her.
Come forward, please. May I help you, madam?
This is a cool thing. The more levels need to be like this, where I can take different paths. I know they're gonna go down there when I beat her up. So if I take them out here, I don't have to fight them at the same time. They really needed to lean into that more. Dial back the bosses and the compounded deaths. Probably just say fuck compounded deaths. Just have it be a flat amount of lives. Because compounded deaths are only make harder things more important. That's all they're good for. And they already would be important because they would just kill you a lot, but they make them like vastly more important, right? Because if you die to a boss 5 times in a row, it's like how many lives is that? Like 12 or to 15 lives. But if you die 5 times in a level, you might get your compounded deaths down every now and then, and you might only be 5 lives. So it's like that makes the bosses just like lopsidedly more important, and the bosses are not that fun.
Let's wrap up today's lesson. I need to greet our guest.
I try to juke to the left and the right and it just doesn't do anything against her shit.
You disappoint me.
Yeah, there's like really cool stuff here. I mean, I think it's interesting. It's probably worth playing for people who are into the industry, maybe want to see some innovation. If you like action, there's some cool things here going on. But yeah, I think the sum of all parts is just kind of
It is an honor. What's the matter? Drop it!
the homing, like people jumping over shit all the time.
What's the matter?
So annoying. It does a million damage.
You want some more? Are those your best moves?
This type of enemy is so hilariously stronger than most other types of enemies. They do insane damage. You have to do fucking certain kinds of dodges to dodge your shit, and they're really fast. So fucking wonky. Another a fat guy. Yeah, the chicks are by far, not by far, but out of most of the normal ones, these kinds of chicks are like the worst. The low kick chick.
be purged.
Relax and enjoy your session.
You should have stayed at home.
I love how a single attack pretty much throws you down to fucking no composure, dude. And everybody's got super armor to boot. Like, there's hardly any stagger in this game.
You should have stayed down. Put it down. Weakling.
God, they're like fucking non-stop, man. Have anything to take this guy with? Great. One misstep. Now I gotta fucking restart. Want enough to get the shortcuts.
Can't be real. Let me end this fight now.
Oh, nice camera, dude.
You should have stayed at home.
Like, Jesus, dude. I hate it. What's with these guys? Super armor, super damage. Fucking insane posture. Just get me to the crowd. Get me out of here. Oh my. God, my left side's been burning fucking bad though, man. Ugh. I might have to take a break to like rest my eye for a bit. Don't feel like going through like a large chunk of level, man. Anything else? Yeah. I mean, I do need to eat some food. I don't really want to leave this for tomorrow, though. Like we've done with it today. I don't know if that kills you. Problem is I'm at 3 right now. So anytime I die, we lose a lot of lives. This is why I don't like the compounded thing. Because the only reason I'm at 3 is because we fought a boss. It's like it's all the boss. It's just boss. If you don't die a lot on the boss, you don't lose a lot of lives. And then when you go through the stage afterwards, you don't lose a lot of lives again.
You will never escape this tower.
No, that's totally skill dependent. that's how I understood it too. I mean, there's probably like 2 hours of content here, maybe 3. It's just the structure of the game spreads it out pretty far.
The Guardians. This made-up order who kept for themselves what belongs to the people. The truth always finds its way. Are you nervous?
I hate the camera in this game sometimes.
What's the matter?
There you go, man. Restart. Restart every fucking time. That one chick, dude. Might as well do better at this fight then. Or not this fight, this is the Sanctuary. The only reason that fight is bad for me is because we didn't do good enough on the boss fight in the 3rd level. Which where we lost a bunch of lives there. And then it compounds into the next one. It's just bosses. Like, everything relies way too much on the bosses. When the game is way more fun when you're killing normal guys. It's a shame too, because it's like the worst boss fight is the most important. Like, it's by far been the least fun one. Maybe we could go through some level to get some XP to reset shit. I don't know how many lives we left off with after the last boss.
Eyes on the target in the atrium.
Okay, we got
Everyone get
one.
into position.
We left 20 years by the
It was
3rd
foolish of you
level.
to come here.
Like 10 per level. I mean, if I could just do this one really well.
Put that down.
Then we'd be in business. But this is like the most cheesy, annoying fight in the game so far. If this was swapped with the boss from level 4, that'd be awesome. Because these attacks just look fucking silly and they act silly. And now that the bat's gone, I have like a very low chance of doing this without getting completely fucked. I'd allow like one death, man. This boss fight's just a fucking mess.
You defeated death itself.
Oh, there's the bat. Give up. What a fun fight. Unpredictable attacks. Without the bat, you'd be fucked. Because her attacks hit you through your guard. So if we do better this one, we have to redo the 4th level too. And then we can just keep trying the last level, I guess. I mean, yeah, the 1st and the 2nd probably could be a bit better, but I mean, it's not like there's like way easier.
Everyone get into position.
It was foolish of you to come here.
Put that down. Holy shit!
This one has the most generous checkpoints, though. Because they just go straight to the boss. Probably because they knew this was a fucking dog shit boss or something. Didn't want to change it. Like half my game time's been this boss. That's not true. My bat's broken already. Like, how do you even dodge any of this shit? It's so just fucking like swingy, random, like it's just fucking dog shit. But everything rides on this fucking fight in this fucking game.
Death itself.
I'm just gonna have to learn how to do it well, man. It just means memorizing her bullshit. wish I was playing Dark Souls. I was playing Sekiro. This game's like Sekiro, but like not as good. Like what it reminds me of. I rarely even get to like attack her, man. There's making a boss with this kind of attacks. It's just such a mistake. When it's like a fisticuffs thing, man. It's so just like wildly more annoying. And when you do not have the bat, this is so fucking long and annoying. Look at this shit, just never stops fucking attacking me. If you could actually guard this shit, if it didn't like go through your fucking guard, it would be fine. But because it goes through your guard, it's extremely hard to predict. And she has an ass load of health and stamina. It's weird because the fourth boss has like no health, no stamina, and it's easier to predict, and it has a chain weapon. It's like they figured out it was a bad thing, but then balanced it right so it wasn't, and then but like they didn't go back and change this one. It's just super unfun, but if I can do this level perfectly, then we'll go into the next one of 41. If we can cut that to just like 6 or 7, that would leave me like 20 something for the last level. That's probably enough to get good enough and beat the game.
Everyone get into position.
It was foolish of you to come here.
Be careful.
Yeah, they do quite a bit. Everybody does a lot of damage then. There's not much that chips you. There's some stuff that just happens to do like your entire health bar in a single hit. And some just does like a third or half. It's either way, it's a lot. I think for as much as she's attacking, she could do a bit less. I had weapon durability, but I can't get it because I'm not under 25 years old. That'd be really good on this fight. Literally can't get that if I don't restart the entire game. I feel bad for the motherfucker who tries to no-hit this shit, man. Fresh. Smells good. I hate this shit so much. It's so unfun. It's just such a crap boss, man. But we have to redo it.
My patience
It's the
wears
best
thin.
place for me to get some better lives, man. Doesn't help that since it's not like aligned with your back, like telling where some of these are coming from because she just kind of swings it around random, like a lot harder. You just love it. I love this fight. It's so good. It's just so good, man. Phase 1, by the way. Oh, phase 2. And do that one as well. It's a good game, man. Can't blame you. Did you finish it already? I did see you were on it in Discord. I don't know if you were just fiddling with it.
Eyes on the target in the atrium. Everyone get into position.
It was foolish of you to come here.
She can't keep up!
Yeah, I've had a few draws. I'll replay FF6 at some point. I think FF4 is probably the Final Fantasy I'm most interested in replaying, because it's been so long. Probably do the pixel remasters or just the Game Boy Color version, or Game Boy Advance. Sorry. Modded pixel remaster, yeah. Off to a fucking smashing start, dude. Did not. This game is whatever, man. Did not like. I just would love to redo the level, but I have to redo this boss fight instead. It's just like it's form. The structure's just so wonky, man. You skip like the fun parts to redo the bad parts, and that's the game. It's like, yeah.
Eyes on the target in the atrium. Everyone get into position.
It was foolish of you to come here.
Nerves get the better of you?
In FF6 or 4? In 4 and 6, I remember my final team playing pretty differently. But I don't know. Like from each other. I mean, I guess maybe they do. I never really noticed as much, I guess. I just chainsawed with the king. Did some weird combo with Salmon. I don't remember who the fuck else I even had. Probably some healer. Yeah. I mean, I feel like overall, one of the strengths of the game, though, is that everybody did have, like, their own identity, especially when you're playing through the normal levels and shit. Maybe by the end, yeah, it's more of an issue. I don't remember it being a big deal, but... I mean, I'm definitely familiar with that being bad in RPGs. I mean, I don't like it in 12, in the Zodiac version. Or the... Was it, no, I'm not... No, 12 isn't the one I'm thinking of. Whatever. Whatever game. Everybody can do it all, yeah. I feel, I guess, less special. I just don't remember that very well in 6. Maybe I did have cures on everybody or something. I think I had a lot of strength people on my team by the end of it. I didn't really have a problem with it when I was playing the main shit. Or the parts before you get your final choice of whoever the fuck you want. Never stops fucking attacking, too. God, Jesus.
I will put an end to your quest for vengeance.
It's not even like give or take with the boss. It's always like dodge 5 attacks on your level. And it's like really boring and repetitive. And then attack them maybe. Or they just keep going. It's just like, ah, God.
I know 100 ways to kill you. You should have run when she gave you the chance.
Spam projectiles at me, dude. Just spam throwing knives at me, dude. Love it. There's no rhyme or reason. The ones she is in the air, she'll do too, but if she's just on the ground, she just fucking does them as much as she wants. We're having fun, dude. Big fan of this.
I have no issues killing you.
My favorite game. This fight is not bad. This phase. Oh, you can't pick those up. The first phase, though, is completely atrocious. This one you can learn, there's things you can do. The first one you can barely even tell what the hell's happening.
Eyes on the target in the atrium. Everyone get into position.
It was foolish of you to come here.
Eyes, dude. Yeah, I might have to take a break. I can barely keep these fuckers open.
Nerves get the better of you? No freaking way!
I do like some snow. Although I can't see my bat in the snow when it falls. That sucks. And like every boss, as soon as you take a single hit, you drop your weapon. Because you got no fucking grip strength, I guess. Just swing, dude. Just spin around and swing.
How did you survive my blades?
Where's my bat? I can't see my bat. It's disappeared into the fucking stratosphere, I guess, man. Oh, there it is. That didn't last long. Like, there's so many flourishes and extra like attacks she does. You don't know what's gonna be a real attack and what's bait, man. You have no idea. Not a fucking video game character you want me to fight. She just spins him around. There's no like particular tell for when she's gonna do shit. Unless you spend 10 years on her and like learn every little thing. Can't block either, you have to perfectly dodge. It goes through your guard unless you got the bat. can't I get a single string, dude? Like, I could do a few little punches and then they just break out of it. You can't ever, like, fucking get, like, a heavy off of anything, dude. Like, this is what I mean. Like, bosses, you just don't even use most of your kit. They're just, like, immune to most everything. Or they don't get enough time to even think about half of it.
I know 100 ways to kill you. You should have run when she gave you the chance.
Just spam, dude. More spam. So unfun redoing boss fights you've already finished. Let's just instantly break my guard. Epic. It's over. Fun. The club. Hey, get me in here, please.
Private back. I pity you.
Oh man, eye burning is definitely not helping.
Who the fuck are you?
He tried to go and combination Charlie with a brawl. Dude. The fucking bar brawl phasing life. Yeah. Phase 2. The bar brawl. The bar fight, man. First your club and then your bar fighting. What's the phase after that? You running a bar?
Above this door are the 3 trials.
I'm ready.
Then step through the door.
Then step through the door.
Step forward. You're about to be tested. Come here.
Oh, randomly super juiced.
Shit. Be careful. She's got a weapon. Let's go into the beyond. Insane.
Put that down!
You shall not fear death. Winner becomes a king, and loser a thief.
Your master's mind is broken. He will drag you and all the others down into the abyss.
Shut the fuck up.
You don't look so different to me. If you didn't want to fight, pick up your weapon as you will. Damn, you're fat.
Hopefully my eyeballs can survive the fight, man. Against this guy. Figure if I could cut the lives down on this, I don't need to be as perfect on the shitty fight. This one's a bit more fun. It's not fun. I like fighting the normal guys better than any boss, but figure maybe it'd be just enough better. I think I had 12 lost lives on this.
End of the road for you.
Pathetic. You can barely keep up.
shrine around here? Missed a shrine, that'd be nice. I can find that. Health back. No, there's more. Here we go. Smoko. Really mine broke and his hasn't broke. Dude, this guy is like on your fucking cheeks, man. God damn, dude. I didn't have a chance to just like run away for 2 seconds, dude. One is totally full. But we have another phase.
You're almost as good as Yang.
30's fine. It's only 2. 2's pretty good. It's reasonable. I mean, we almost had one less earlier, and then we almost had one less here. This fight, you can like see how you can get better, right? Because he does a lot of overheads, so it's a lot of ducking down, and his reads for when he does left and right are like way more obvious. And he's got a decent enough speed. He's a fun fight because you can actually learn and get better. It's like the spinny chicks. It's like, it's like, I mean, of course you can get better, but it's a far less interesting process. When the best strat is to go in with a bat or something, right? It's like I don't even want to buy any of these. I just want to use my XP on like upgrading my stat. I wonder if that's good on bosses. I'm sure some of these are really juicy, but not telling. The thing is, if I want to improve my first level, then I have to do that second level again. You gotta be like okay with your earlier levels if you're gonna try a later one. I think 10 between those, whatever. I'm gonna fight this chick again. I don't know how many I'd be comfortable with. Thing is, it's just her, right? I don't have to do anything else. It's like, I might as well do good, but it's such an annoying thing.
Eyes on the target in the atrium. Everyone get into position.
It was foolish of you to come here.
She can't.
It's like I said, I like the system. I just hate that everything is relying on the bosses. The weakest part of the game. Or the weakest part of the gameplay. Definitely not the weakest part. Much worse. Alright, well that was good. We did solid on that one. Yeah, full mastery of all the bosses. Only the bosses matter. The goons are just there, man. They're just set dressing. It's not like a Souls where the bosses are the part that are like the highlight. It's going. Ready for the credits. That's about it.
How did you survive?
It's got cool ideas, it's got some fun moments, but I just think Too many of the systems are at odds with each other and just makes for a pretty unsatisfying time. Change a few things here and there. It's a great game. But there's just too much wonky little shit. I've gotten to the last level, but now I'm just going back. Trying to get some more lives. I don't hate in concept, but in practice it's pretty whatever. How's my brother home? Yeah, it's got the it's got some cool things, but man, yeah, it's like too much focus on the bosses and shit. It sucks because of the compounding deaths. All sorts of shit.
I know 100 ways to kill you. You should have run when she gave you the...
If I can get a good attempt at this boss, I might take a little food break. Wonder they got off really. The fucking... She doesn't do two in the row anymore in the air. She just randomly throws it on the ground there.
I have no issues killing you 100 times over.
The throw's pretty nice on this fight. What is that fucking shit? Yeah, this just makes me wish I was playing Sekiro, man. You know, we've been getting good exercise and sleep, and I feel limited 10 exists, so it's going pretty well. It's pretty good, man. Unless you're making a joke. I don't know if you're making a meme, but I mean, if you're legitimately saying that, yeah, I mean, I am probably worse than I was 10 years ago. But I'm hoping to improve too. Yeah, if you have the skill ping, you have to buy that one permanently. But yeah. The first phase is fucked. The second phase you can learn and do better at. You can learn the patterns, you can learn the blocks like I was doing and grab shit. The first phase is just some fucking a menace. But overall we're good. I'm 35. No, it's not missable. It's that you have to put XP points into which moves you want. But if you try to get a little bit of everything, you'll never get anything permanently. Because the first purchase is temporary. And that resets every time you fully die. So you always have to like focus on one if you want to permanently upgrade shit. It's a really good system. I really like it. It's just grind. Nothing better than in an action game not having access to most of your moves. It's really great. Like some of this should just be default stuff, man. Like fucking environmental mastery. That was the only time I think any of these have ever come in like handy outside. Strong sweep focus was weapon cat. Oh, and if you get too old, you can't buy stuff. I'm over 29, so I just can't buy anything down here. If I wanted to get under 29, I would need to restart the game and do better on the first stage. There's just no point to it. You already would want to go back to cut the age down to give yourself more lives on the later stages anyways. Why also limit your skills and which perks you can pick? And for that matter, why even have anything be like a temporary thing? Just let me buy them straight up. And then have it be permanent. And then also, let me pick which level I want to improve on instead of having to start from the beginning every time. Because the game's got 2 hours of content. They need to find a way to spread it to like 10 to 15. Like there's cool stuff here. I think the age thing is cool. I think improving other levels, routing different, even though there's no routing. But the idea of it, you know, using shortcuts, having better skills, coming back better skills to win easier. It's cool, but it just like fucks all of that all the time. There's always something that just makes it not how you'd like it to be. I don't know which of these I want to get. I'm just gonna hold on to the XP. I got it says they're dead, but they're not dead. Because I have to redo it because this game. Wait. Oh, that's interesting. So you could start at this from 66 if you wanted. Because you haven't redone, I haven't redone the tower yet. So it's like halfway there. It's like, but why would you ever care? What does it matter? So that would essentially be like a separate file. So we need to lose just a few lives here. Maybe doable. I'm trying to decide if I want to take a break, but I want to just knock this out. Yeah, there's only like one fight in Sekiro that felt like it didn't really fit the gameplay style. This one, like, there's a few weirdo fights. Like that last one I did the first phase. Really, the rest of the boss fights are just like mediocre so far. Yeah, the demon. He was the only one that felt like he just did not. He felt like he was like a Souls boss, not a fucking Sekiro boss. Ugh. Maybe I'd feel differently about him on a replay. By the end of that, I was done with the game for sure. I mean, I love the game. It's one of my top Miyazaki games, but there's like by the end of the playthrough, I was just like content. I was like done, so like I didn't really want to mess with that too much. Yeah, that could be cool. I still think Sekiro's got like the best like sword dueling combat. Like it's simple, but it's just like, I mean, you're just parrying, the sound effects, the sparks are nice, the bosses are like made just for that combat like really well. I mean, it's like this. This game is aping probably Sekiro more than any other game, right? Other than the weaving thing, that's like a shittier God Hand, I guess. Oh, I mean, not shittier, but it was more fun to do in God Hand. Elden Ring's a good time. Took me like 170 hours. I did it all. I don't think it's going down as my favorite one though. I liked it a lot, but I think doing the full run, you see too many of the issues. Great game though. I'd say I like Bloodborne and Sekiro better, but still awesome. I'd rather have more open world games like Elden Ring, so.
Welcome, madam.
Than Horizon.
Just waiting for you.
Hopefully it goes on sale. Dark Souls rarely goes on sale for a good price. The remastered one, so I don't know. I don't know how deep of a sale you're looking for. Any sale, maybe, yeah, they'll do a few bucks here and there.
You will never escape this town. Not so tough after all.
Be careful.
And the style of combat in this, like, I would love to see more innovation in like just the kung fu brawling, just, you know, like this gets close, and I'm sure from a viewing perspective, but just improving that, I mean, that'd be cool. The action games are so neat, and I feel like there's a lot of room to have more and better action games. But yeah, there's just the structure of this one, man, kills it. Well, it doesn't kill it. It's on life support. That's probably the best way to put it.
The Guardians. This made-up order who kept for themselves.
Gosh, she just did 2/3 of my health in 2 kicks.
Are you nervous?
Like how I juked it, but it's still hit me. Oh, I just juked in the wrong area, or if that's unjukable.
You want some more?
This bitch is harder than the fucking boss of the fucking area, man.
What's the matter?
She does like all of your fucking health per like hit. We'll be getting a weapon coming up. I would like to get the focus regain and shit, but you have to go through like large. Oh, this was 5,000. Yeah, it turned to 8,000 at some point. God, I was right there. What the hell? Why does it? Maybe it depends on the level. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break after this. If I die too many times before the boss or during the boss, I'll take the break and then we'll be back. Probably turn the stream off just for a little bit. I'd like to finish this game today. And really the best thing I could have done there is maybe pay for the compounded death cleanse. I don't know if I care about fucking upgrades. I mean, I do care about upgrades, I guess. Mr. Spin Kicks here. Alright. Taking a break. I will catch you guys in a bit. That's too many deaths before the boss for me. Oh, I'd really like to finish this, but we're gonna take a quick break. Oh, I don't really quit games. I try not to quit games. I don't think I could accurately talk about a game unless I've at least beaten the fucking thing. Well, I mean, unless it's not beatable, you know, giving it a good shake in the right areas. This is not the worst or most annoying game I've played. It's definitely, I don't like a lot of it, but I don't hate playing it. I'm definitely ready to be done with it, but more because we got a lot of stuff left, and I don't know. I'd rather be playing almost any other action game is the thing. I think it'll be fine for one day. Or yeah, I'm just going to lunch with my brother. I'll be back. Otherwise, we'll just keep rolling. Yeah, I've been re-going through the stages, trying to do a little better. We've done pretty good. Starting age 35 in the tower. I'm hoping to do that with less than the lower age. Well, you die if you're over 70. So going into the last level of the game at 66 is pretty much asking to do it perfectly. You want to do it with less age so you can actually beat the game. Well, thanks for chit-chatting, Igor. It was a pleasure to discuss this with somebody. Good luck at the eye play. Oh, another reason to lower age is you can't buy any of the skills after a certain age. You can't buy certain perks if you're over a certain age. So, problem is you can't just like, it's not cumulative. I can't go increase, like, do better on the club, and then it makes the sanctuary go down. I have to go from the club to the museum to the tower, then the sanctuary. So you have to do it in like one run, sort of. You could just restart the run where you want. But a lot of perks require skill, like score 2, which means you'd have to do more area, which kind of is a risk, so you wouldn't bother because they're not that great at perks anyways. And it's a cool system. I like the idea of improving a level to get farther in the game to give yourself more chances. I just wish that it wasn't so reliant on the bosses because of compounding deaths. Because when you die again in a row, you lose double the lives, then you lose triple the lives, then you lose, it goes up to, you lose 1, then you lose 2, then you lose 3 per death, then you lose 4 age. I say lives, it's age, but years. So it means the only parts that really fuck you are the bosses. Because you're going to die a lot to them, and then you're going to have a huge amount of fucking compounded deaths after those. So it's like, the levels don't even matter, those are the fun parts. And you can skip most of the levels with shortcuts. So it's just like, it's focused on the parts that aren't fun. They could have went a little harder into the, like, routing the levels and planning out little things. Sanctuary has a little bit. You can fight certain guys early so far to like make other fights easier. And, like, they don't let you, like, the temporary purchasing of skills thing is just like, it's just fucking wacko, man. Like, some of you won't have more stuff, and it's just this. There's just too many systems at odds with each other. It's got ideas. It's generally like fun enough. But Structure's just kind of a pain, man. Anyways, I will be back. Gonna leave it on, I guess. Well, I'll put it on. Catch you guys in like 20-30. If my eyes are like so fucked, I can't open them, I'll just finish tomorrow. I'd like to finish today. Apologize for bitch too, dude. I feel like this game is a bitch game, man. I think I get the most annoyed in games that I feel like are like on the cusp of something really good, and it's just got some really annoying stuff getting in the way. Because it feels like, you're missing out on because of the dumbest reasons. Or if you're getting wrecked or something, it's because of something silly, right? Instead of something fun, and that's always a bad feel. Anyways, we'll finish this up. Maybe it's my eyes being a little less fucked. Okay. Oh, we were missing a couple pixels there. Be in a better mood about it.